to focus on the economy.
But you can't really absent those issues, though, can you?
No, you can't. I'm saying from the campaign's perspective, if they didn't have those two issues to talk about, Donald Trump is doing much better on the economy and he's doing much better on immigration. And so those two issues, I think, have allowed the Harris campaign to make this a much closer race than it would have been otherwise.
And I would just say that Donald Trump was fired in 2020, and that was before January 6th, right? So this is about democracy. And I do think that, yes, the economy is a number 2 issue according to exit polls right now. But when you have the highest ever stock market, when you have oil and natural gas production at the highest level it's ever been in American history, when you have inflation now down to where it should be, almost at that 2% level, and the fact that they have basically landed the plane and not had a recession, right? All those factors are trending for Kamala Harris. And I do agree with Jake, though. People want a new generation of leadership. And it's not people who are 80 years old, whether it's Joe Biden or Donald Trump.
Okay, well, we'll pick up those thoughts in just a moment, but we have another key race projection to bring.
That's right. You see me running across your screen. Sorry, I'm getting up and sitting down because a lot of these numbers are coming into us now. We're getting results coming towards us. So this is where we are at the moment, as we mentioned, 34 for Kamala Harris, 162 for Donald Trump. You see that 270 in the middle. We can't say that enough, but we do have another projection to bring you right now. New York projected for Kamala Harris with its 28 electoral votes. We know New York is a blue state. It is a Democrat state, reliably Democrat. We knew that this was going to go into her tally, but this will help, as you see on her end, those numbers go up. So here we are right now, 62 for Kamala Harris with those numbers from New York just being added in, and 162 for Donald Trump. So we're going to keep track of those projections for you as they come in. As we've been talking about exit polling data, let's zoom in again on some of that data with Azadeh Moshiri's, because she's been looking into some of that information that's been coming in from North Carolina.
Yes, so we do have this new wave of data that's coming from exit poll data in North Carolina. And oftentimes we've seen these campaigns go around these battleground states trying to convince voters last minute to join their side. What we're seeing is that most voters actually made their mind up before September. Only 5% thereabouts made their decision in the last week. Now, if you drill into that data a bit closer and see who those voters ended up voting for, according to the preliminary data, of the small amount, handful of voters essentially, that we saw make their mind up in the last week, the majority, more than half of them, voted for Kamala Harris. Again, this is preliminary data that could change as more data keeps coming in, as more voters are surveyed and more votes are actually counted. And then if you look at those who voted before September, so the majority, in fact, more than half of them voted for Donald Trump. And again, this is important data to campaigns because that final week is important to them. Those undecided voters are important to them. And according to this data, of the voters in North Carolina who have been surveyed, more than half of those who decided in the last week went for Kamala Harris. Again, these numbers could change, but this is state data, so it's really interesting because, as we know, this election will be won and lost state by state.
Okay, Azadeh, thank you very much for that. Now, lots to talk about with our panel, which we will in a minute. I can see you're all itching to make comments about what we just
got their hands up.
What we just saw there. Yeah, it's like being in school here. We're the teachers. But first, before we do that, let's go across to Arizona to Emma Vardy, who has some news for us from there.
We've been hearing about a bomb threat from local officials affecting the Maricopa County Recorder's office just around the corner from the vote counting center here. He, of course, is one of the top election officials here in Arizona, but they are telling us they don't believe it's credible. It's very much in line with a number of the other hoax bomb threats that have been affecting Arizona and other states too, believed to be, officials say, linked to Russian actors. But of course, they can't be too careful. They're doing a sweep of his office just to make absolute certain. And in the north of Arizona too, some polling stations also been affected by what we believe to be hoax bomb threats there too, which has delayed things a bit. So while polls have closed here in the past hour, they've given them an extra 2 hours to stay open to make sure that all voters who want to vote want to do. Now, this isn't really a great surprise because they have been geared up here for months and for years to sort of counter any misinformation, counter any outside interference with these elections. But of course, now that it's all happening, it is a reminder of the outside actors who are trying to undermine what is happening here. But they do believe, they want to reassure everybody that they think it's a hoax at the moment and that they've all been prepared for this for a while.
Okay, Emma, thanks for bringing us up to date with that. We'll keep in touch with you if there are any more developments. Hey, Patrick, you were itching to get in there with some response to that exit poll. Now is your moment.
Yeah. So in 2016, about 11% of the people, the electorate, were undecided going into the final stretch. I agree with her assessment. 4 years ago, it was 5%. Now it's about 5%. But those trend lines, when you look at it, they will decide. Most of them are independents, frankly. And independents are absolutely breaking toward Kamala Harris here in the final stretch. Part of the reason is she's been very consistent in her message. She's saying country over party. She's saying we need a new generation of leadership. And Donald Trump has not been disciplined. He's talking about island of garbage, and he's talking about this Cheney and some other things that independent voters aren't buying what he's selling.
Well, Katie was also jumping to get in here on this.
I mean, I remember covering the 2016 campaign. It was in the very final days, and the Clinton campaign saw this in real time. They saw the momentum move away from them, and they saw late deciders break away from Secretary Clinton back then. The Harris campaign this time around have felt confident over the course of the last week that people who are deciding late, perhaps after the Madison Square Garden rally up in New York, are now deciding for Kamala Harris. I'm hearing from sources, senior sources in the Harris campaign, that they are still totally confident about tonight, even though there's been a little bit of nervousness over the last couple of hours. But the Harris campaign still says that they feel confident about the result.
Yeah, I would just like to point out that President Trump didn't say anything about a floating island of garbage. There was somebody at his rally. It was not helpful, I grant you. And it wasn't helpful for Joe Biden to call Trump supporters garbage. It was very reminiscent of Hillary Clinton calling them deplorables. The fact of the matter is that as much as you talk about the stock market doing well, or the latest job numbers or inflation numbers, people out across this country do not feel it. When they go to the grocery store, when they go fill up their gas tank, they are not feeling the relief. And clearly, when you see that over 2/3 of the country think we're on the wrong track, they're holding this administration accountable. And I think that's why you're seeing some early indications of President Trump doing well.
Jake's point is absolutely accurate. The American people put through the ringer. I mean, absolutely. We lost 1 million Americans 4 years ago with COVID. And inflation has gone up all over the world. And I know in the political system in America, we're blaming Democrats, and that's the name of the game. Even though the rest of the world inflation went up, but the reality is it's gone down. And the reality of it is that stock market is up, and the majority of Americans have their home ownership and their pensions tied to the stock market. Home ownership and home rates have gone up 54% in the last 5 years. That's historic, and that is where most people get their net income from. And so I get it. People aren't feeling it because they've been put in the ringer, but they want to turn the page of politics and failed policies of the past. And that's why I feel pretty good about tonight.
But why has the Biden administration then not been able to get on top of that? You know, you're talking about the metrics being so positive, but still you go and do your grocery shopping and you get sticker shock every single time you're standing at the till trying to pay.
And I would agree that would be one of my criticisms of the Biden administration, and that they were too slow to put people like Mark Cuban up there and explaining, business leaders explaining it. I teach
at the work. Explaining, though, it's actually doing something the Republicans would say about bringing those prices down, which they haven't come down. Well, and inflation has, as you say.
Some of them haven't come down, partially because of the supply chains and everything else from the COVID years. Some of the prices have gone down, including gas prices. I mean, Jake's point. I mean, it was $6 in some. I'm from Pennsylvania, and now it's down to $3. And in some places in Jersey, it's less than $3, right? So when you look at those things, yes, we could have done a better job explaining it. But I would say too, part of it was political theater and people that want to. If it bleeds, it leads, and they're going to let people know all the negative things. You know, when we had 75 straight months of job growth, over 6 years of job growth that we handed over to Donald Trump. And then, he wants to claim, that he created that great economy. I don't think the audio matches the video there.
It's at the core of Donald Trump's support and candidacy is Americans across this country, tens of millions of them, trust Donald Trump more on the economy. And for the first time in a lot of their lives, it's why you see new voters showing up. They feel like someone is actually making the case. I know that it is not well received at the cocktail party in polite society all the time, what Donald Trump says and does. But for regular Americans across there, they feel like someone is fighting for them. Someone is going to have their back when it comes to the economy and when it comes to immigration.
And I agree with that in the sense that when you look at the demographics of his base, of the non-educated, white, and again, that's demographics that respond to that. When you talk to actual economists, when you talk to business leaders, they are not buying what he's selling. Why? Because yes, he inherited $300 million from his dad, and he declared 6 bankruptcies. When he was the president, he had 6 years plus of job growth, and then we had COVID now. But he also racked up the debt, $8 trillion. And the debt, as you know, Jake, that's a moral issue. Both you and I serve in the Appropriations Committee. When you have $35 trillion in debt, that my daughter Maggie Murphy and my son Jack owe $106,000 to that national debt. That's what every American owes. And we pay interest on that debt, as you know. That is immoral. And we got to get back to balanced budgets. We got to get back to fiscal discipline. Donald Trump didn't do it. And I think with Republicans in that cabinet with Kamala Harris, we're going to put our country back on the right fiscal track.
Which has barely been an issue in this whole campaign. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when your position on the deficit was a test of your patriotic bona fides. I mean, went down to the Republican National Convention in 2012, and if you were not for reducing the deficit, you were barely allowed into the party at that point. This time around, I mean, this is another model that Donald Trump has broken. He has taken this issue away from the American discourse. I mean, nobody is talking about reducing deficits. No. Kamala Harris will drive up deficits. Donald Trump will drive them up even more. It's just not an issue in American politics.
And it's because both parties have spent like drunken sailors. And that is the truth. Republicans have
something they share in common. How nice. We found a little point of common.
I was in the Army, but that's okay.
Republicans have lost credibility on this. And you're right, Kathy, a long way from the discussion we were having with Paul Ryan's plan to get us back on track and all of that. We've got to get back to a place
or Bill Clinton's plan for actually getting you back on track.
That's right. That's right.
There's only 2 presidents actually brought down a deficit. It was Bill Clinton and Dwight Eisenhower, a Democrat and a Republican. And that's what we have to get back to, because when you have the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, former one, Mike Mullen, said the thing that keeps him up at night, the greatest threat to American national security is our national debt. And he said it when our debt was $12.5 trillion. It's now $35 trillion.
It's stunning the degree to which it's disappeared from the conversation.
Why is that, do you think?
Because everybody has because everybody has spent, because Barack Obama, after the 2008 financial crash, had to pump lots of money into the American economy. Donald Trump cut taxes and then again spent money in the economy with the COVID crisis. Joe Biden the same. There just hasn't been a president literally since Bill Clinton who has decided to actually try and balance America's budgets. George Bush, of course, had wars, and that drove up budget spending as well.
And we've gone such a long way from Bob Dole being 1 vote shy on the Senate floor in the 90s to pass a balanced budget amendment. And then you're right about George Bush, Medicare Part D on the credit card. There was no plan to pay for so much of what was done.
And it does get to a bigger picture, which is Donald Trump's understanding, almost intuitive understanding of where the American electorate actually is. Republicans in Barack Obama's era felt that the American conservative voters cared about deficits. Actually, what they wanted a social welfare net. They wanted Medicare. They wanted Medicaid. They wanted Social Security. And Donald Trump understood that cutting those programs would be bad for him electorally and bad for American workers. And so he broke that model. We've been talking all night about how Donald Trump breaks the model. It was another of the models that Donald Trump broke.
Makes his own playbook. Indeed, he does. Lots more to talk about. Hold those thoughts for now, because we do have some key projections to bring to you now.
Yeah, we do have one to bring you, Katrina, a Midwestern state that we can show you we can bring you a projection for at this hour. Look at this, Illinois, the state projected for Kamala Harris with its 19 electoral votes. Illinois is a Democrat state. This is Obama's home state, President Obama's home state. It is the state that is home, of course, for one of the great American cities, the city of Chicago. Illinois projected here for Kamala Harris. So let's look at where we are now on the numbers. Kamala Harris, with that victory in Illinois, comes up to 81 electoral votes. Donald Trump remains there with 162. So they're getting a little bit closer as we're edging closer and closer towards that 270 number as the evening goes on and more results come in. All right, let's go back to Christian now, because he has some information coming in from Georgia that he's been looking at.
Our map is filling in with color, you can see, and you just painted Illinois blue there, and our screen is starting to reflect that. I was just looking at the popular vote as well. The last time a Republican won the popular vote in a presidential election, 2004, George W. Bush. The polls had the national vote neck and neck in the last polls when the campaign ends. So we're keeping just a wary eye on that as well. But of course, we're looking down in the South at our swing states, particularly Georgia, where they've counted around 75%, just up to 77 now. What am I seeing? Well, I've just been going around the map, and in those what I call pivot counties, so those counties that twice voted for Obama, like Peach County here, and then went twice for Donald Trump, he's getting 1 or 2% more out of these states, out of these counties. So Peach, Twiggs, Dooley, Baker down here, Quitman over here, 1 or 2% more. So he's squeezing more out of these smaller rural conservative areas. And I told you at the beginning of the night that this is a game, a simple game of maths. If you're the Republicans, you have to get more out of this confluence of counties in the bottom of the map here, so that you can pad out your vote, that you can sort of offset what Democrats are doing in these metro and suburban areas. Now, in terms of what Kamala Harris is doing in and around the Atlanta metro, remember this is 60% of the vote statewide. She really is keeping track with where Joe Biden was in 2020, which really was the game for her. So if you look at Fulton County, which is one of the biggest, you can see that she's ahead of him. She's also ahead of him in Rockdale as well. So let me just show you this. Here we go, Rockdale. If our map behaves, 73 is the margin there, and you can see 69 back in 2020. So there's still a lot of vote to come in, but statewide, she's still trailing 52 to 47. So they'll be watching Democrats very closely, this area around Atlanta. Let's quickly look at North Carolina. 62% of the vote now. This is the biggest county, Wake, Raleigh area. 76% of the vote counted. Again, she's quite close to where Joe Biden was. It's a similar race here in North Carolina, so we'll keep an eye on where it's going.
All right, Christian, thank you so much. Really interesting information. We were in North Carolina there just with Christian. So let's go to the state. Helena Humphrey is there for us. Helena, tell us what the latest is that you're seeing there at your watch party.
Well, it's certainly a festive environment that you can perhaps see behind me. I'm here at the Charlotte Mecklenburg Republican Women's Party at a country club. People seem to be having a good time here. When I speak to people, they feel the sense is it's just a case of waiting, being patient now. They believe the campaign has done everything that they possibly can. And also there's been a really high level of voter engagement in this state when it comes to early voting, over 57%. That is a record here in the United States. But in terms of some of the key results that we are watching, of course, important to stress right now, of course, too close to call right now and too early as well to say anything hard and fast when it comes to North Carolina. But we always have these areas that we're watching really carefully, as Christian was just mentioning there. And one of them for me is Nash County, because in the past 3 election cycles, it has always voted in the same way that it's gone in the presidential race. 88% of votes counted there. And what we can see is at the moment, and I stress, not a definitive result, but at the moment, Donald Trump leading there. Now, if we think back to 2020, we saw Joe Biden there with a strong margin, about 100,000 votes there. So we'll have to see whether Kamala Harris starts to make up some ground. But of course, one of the other big looming questions in this election is the race for the governor, the gubernatorial race here. We now know the Democrat Josh Steen taking that race over the Lieutenant General Mark Robinson, the Republican candidate, echoing a previous result, of course, that we saw with Roy Cooper, Democratic governor as well. And this just shows you that kind of back and forth, why North Carolina is purple with that Democratic governor, the Democrats trying to make inroads. And I've been speaking to some of my sources about this, including a Democratic county chair, Mike McLam, saying, what do you make of that result? And he says that it's giving him cause to continue to be hopeful tonight for the Harris campaign, and also saying this shows that North Carolina wants what he says is a serious person in charge of the state. So we will have to continue to see whether that is reflected overall in the result. But as we know, Josh Steen has been given a speech, and he was saying that he believes that his victory is reflective, in his words, of women wanting control of their bodies. But of course, it is a toss-up here. I've been speaking to Republican women here about that as well, and they say for them other issues are important as well: inflation, crime, immigration, and so on, just showing how diverse, polarized this country, this state continues to be.
Helena, indeed. Thank you so much. We're just looking at those numbers on our screen right now of North Carolina, as well as you've been talking. Now, immigration and the southern border, they have been some of the biggest issues of this campaign.
Donald Trump says that if he wins, he'll carry out what he's calling the largest deportation operation in American history. He's repeatedly called the US an occupied country, and he's also promised to close the border on day one of his presidency.
While in office, Mr. Trump faced some criticism for some of his immigration policies, like separating migrant children from their parents and authorizing several travel bans. Mr. Trump also vowed to build a wall along the roughly 2,000-mile U.S.-Mexico border as president, but only roughly 85 miles of entirely new sections of wall were put up during his term in office.
And Kamala Harris calls immigration a serious challenge, and she says she will work to remove those who arrive in the U.S. unlawfully. She says she'll prosecute the cartels and give Border Patrol more support. Ms. Harris also said she wants to work with Congress on immigration reform, including an earned path to citizenship for hard-working immigrants. Now, we can talk about this a little bit more. Now we can go to Texas to speak to Congresswoman Monica De La Cruz with the Republican Party. Congresswoman, thanks for joining us here on BBC News. Just talking about immigration there, obviously you know all about that in Texas. How big an issue do you think this really has been right across the country?
Well, I'm here in deep South Texas on the border of Texas and Mexico in Hidalgo County, where over 90% of our population is Hispanic. And I will tell you, it is one of the top two issues in our community. Hispanics are sick of orders by the Biden and Harris administration. They're sick and tired of women who are being exploited by the cartel due to the open borders by the Biden-Harris administration. And they want to know where the lost children are from the Biden-Harris administration. It's unacceptable. And I think come today, by the end of the night, they will re-elect President Donald J. Trump.
And talk to us a little bit about why you feel that it is motivating voters there. I mean, we've heard about the pressure that immigration, particularly in border communities, puts on the people working there. We saw the Border Patrol Union, for example, endorse Donald Trump.
Hispanics believe in law and order. They want immigration, but they want people to come the legal way. What has happened under the Biden administration is chaos at our southern border. It has put a great strain on our communities, not only our hospitals, but our law enforcement as well. And I believe this is why Hispanics are trending towards President Trump's border policy. They want safety, they want security, they want to live in a nation that is secure. And that will happen under President Donald J. Trump.
Now, Congresswoman, Democrats would say that actually it is former President Donald Trump who put an end to a bipartisan immigration bill that came through Congress a few months ago, and that the fault lays at his feet.
Democrats continue to gaslight Americans. They know well that in the House, we passed the Secure the Border Act, H.R. 2, over a year and a half ago. It is the strongest piece of border legislation ever passed by the House. The Senate is the one who has failed to pass anything on their side. So in the House, we are working hard. We want to secure a border. And I believe under President Donald J. Trump, we will accomplish this.
So, Congresswoman, let's talk a bit about the policies we've heard from President Trump, former President Trump. He's talked about this mass deportation plan. How do you carry out such a plan, which could involve deporting, 10 million people from this country?
Look, I think we first can agree that we need to get rid of all of the criminals who have raped and murdered young women all across this country. That is where we need to start this deportation, is with criminals, get them out of our country. And that's where we need to begin. And I stand by Donald Trump when we deport criminals who are terrorizing our American cities.
Okay, Congresswoman Dela Cruz speaking to us from Texas there. Thanks for joining us on BBC News.
And we can speak to Democrat Congressman Joaquin Castro, also from the state of Texas. He's joining us now. Congressman, great to see you again. You're at Harris campaign headquarters. I'll ask you about immigration in a moment, but tell us what things are like there right now.
Well, everybody is excited, obviously very jubilant. People work so hard to get here. Kamala Harris worked so hard, and Tim Walz, and so it's an exciting night. She's ahead in some key states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and a few others. And so everybody's very hopeful.
Okay, I just want to get your response to some of the things we heard from Congresswoman De La Cruz there, who was talking about what she said was the Biden-Harris administration's failed border policy. I mean, in your state of Texas and across the border states, do you think that this is going to be one of the main driving issues for voters?
Well, I think the issue of the border and immigration are always among the thorniest issues in American politics, and they have been for a long time. But if you look at what Donald Trump did when he was president, he purposely separated very young kids, young boys and girls, from their mothers and their fathers. And he's also promised a campaign of mass deportation. There are 2 times in American history when that has happened and had a significant impact on Latinos and specifically Mexican Americans in Texas. And in those 2 times, there were over 1 million American citizens, not undocumented immigrants, 1 million American citizens who were deported. And so that's what Donald Trump is promising. And I assure you that there will be people, if that happens, if Donald Trump is somehow able to win tonight, there will be people in the Rio Grande Valley and relatives of theirs who will be wrapped up in that.
Congressman, just one question on that, though, because the point that the Congresswoman from Texas as well was making there is that it is under the Biden-Harris administration that we've seen record crossings across the southern border, and that people don't trust this administration or Kamala Harris on this issue.
No, I think what you've seen is the numbers actually go down very, very dramatically. And Kamala Harris also, during her time as vice president, worked to get at the root causes, because it's not just, people don't just show up at the border because they're going to Disneyland. There are root causes of poverty, of drug gangs that are terrorizing people in those countries. And so she is pledged to make sure that we work on the root causes so that people won't have to feel like they have to flee their homeland.
Well, we should say those crossings have gone down in recent months because Joe Biden signed an executive order in June, and the Republicans would say, why did he not take action before then? Why did Kamala Harris not take action before then, and have accused him of electioneering?
Well, no, and as you know, he absolutely tried, and Donald Trump spiked the bipartisan border bill that was worked on in the Senate, and they want to do that because Republicans use this as their #1 boogeyman issue. They use this issue to scare Americans, to rile people up, to create resentment and fear for politics.
Okay, well, we'll leave you to boogie, woogie, woogie on down there, Congressman. It's getting very noisy at the party behind you. Thank you very much for joining us here on BBC News. Now we can go across to our colleague Mariana Spring at BBC Verify, who has some more news for us.
Thank you. You might remember that earlier I was mentioning some claims that had been made by Donald Trump posted on Truth Social. He was talking about how there had been massive cheating, in his view, in Philadelphia. He's now repeated that claim, but in reference to other locations. Again, as was the case before, without the evidence to support that right now. And there's been quite a lot of discussion, not just today, actually, but over the past few days, about where some of the allegations of voter fraud are coming from, because they're certainly not just coming from Truth Social or from Donald Trump. they've come from all over the place. X in particular, which we used to call Twitter, has become a little bit of a hub, a focal point for these kinds of allegations. There's been some concern about foreign interference, about some accounts that appear to be linked to Russia that have promoted videos that are fake or false, making allegations of voter fraud. But actually, a lot of examples of allegations of voter fraud without evidence to back them up that I've investigated have come from accounts that are based here in the US, people who've spoken to me, who've explained what they're doing, and who've actually been able to make some money from this. They tell me about how they've been able to earn thousands of dollars on X, in some cases, they say, from sharing this kinds of content. I reached out to X about all of these things and questions about whether they are incentivizing users to post in this way, and they didn't get back to me. Another interesting thing to talk about this evening has actually been in the CBS exit poll. There was quite a lot of concern from some of the voters who were surveyed about the state of democracy. It was cited as one of the big issues that they cared about when they were voting. There was some reaction that suggested that could favor Kamala Harris, but actually a lot of Donald Trump supporters online, and I spend a lot of time investigating what different people are seeing on their feeds, see a lot of content that's also worried about the state of democracy, particularly unfounded allegations often of voter fraud, but that actually dent their trust in how the whole process works. And it was interesting too, seeing the concern that people have about the risk of violence. 7 out of 10 people who were surveyed as part of the exit poll suggested they were worried about that. And that tells us quite a lot about fears that some of the abusive language and some of the conversation around safe democracy could tip into something that isn't so good in real life. Another thing, though, to counter all of that is actually the indication so far that turnout is really healthy. It's been high, and that does suggest that there is still some faith in democracy. So for all of the kind of social media world that I spend a lot of my time investigating, there are people who are trusting the polls, at least right now, and wanting to go and vote.
Yeah, really interesting, Mariana. Thank you so much for bringing us that information. Of course, at this point in the evening, as we've seen polls close in a number of states, it's important to look at some of those allegations. And indeed, our partner CBS News, their Democracy Watch desk, has said that the city commissioner in Philadelphia has rebuked former President Donald Trump's claim that, quote, massive cheating is happening in that city of Philadelphia. That city commissioner, Seth Bluestein, who's a Republican, said, quote, there is absolutely no truth to this allegation. So that is some of the response that we're seeing to these allegations that Mariana mentioned there. Important to note that this is coming from Philadelphia city officials themselves, a Republican city commissioner there. So we're going to continue to watch that. We have heard, of course, cases now in Arizona and also in Pennsylvania, where some polling locations are extending their hours. That's not because of irregularities, though. Important to say that is because there are so many people turning out to vote, and they have so many people waiting in line. So we'll keep our eye on that, of course. But we're now going to get ready for another big moment. We've had a few of these already tonight where we've been able to tell you about polls closing in a number of states, including key swing states. Well, we're just coming up on another one of those key moments that'll give us, again, a better idea of that path to 270 for both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
It's 10 p.m. here in Washington, 3 a.m. in London, and the polls have now closed in Montana, in Utah, and in that critical swing state of Nevada. All of these states together make up 16 electoral votes up for grabs at this time. And as we've been saying all night, 270 is that magic number that the candidates need to get to. Now, as I say, Nevada polls have just closed in this hour. That's one of the 7 swing states that we've been watching. Democrats have actually won that in the past 2 cycles. Joe Biden won it and Hillary Clinton won it. It was the only one of these 7 states that Donald Trump didn't win, in fact, in 2016. So big task. He's trying to turn that around from the past 2 presidential cycles. It's a state that was massively impacted by COVID, high unemployment there at one point. Now, we can make one projection, though, for the polls that have just closed. Utah is projected as a win for Donald Trump and the 6 electoral votes that it carries. We can also bring to you at this point Montana projected as a win for Donald Trump and the 4 electoral votes that Montana has. Now, what impact does that make on the path to the presidency? Let's have a look. There we have our 270. We can see Donald Trump on 172 and Kamala Harris on 81. Now, it does look there like Donald Trump is racing towards 270. But just again, as we've been saying all night, the way things work in the US, the way the system works, polls close across this great country at different times. There are polls still open in California, which is a big democratically leaning state that Kamala Harris will be hoping for, and that'll make a difference for her later on. But as we've been saying there in Nevada, that swing state, too early to project at this time. We just simply don't have information to bring to you on that, and it is going to be a very close one if the polls have been right in the run-up to this day. Now, let's have a look at how the campaigns are reacting to the night so far. We have Samira Hussain, who's there at the Kamala Harris headquarters for us at Howard University in Washington, D.C., and Gary O'Donoghue, who is at the Trump headquarters at the Convention Center in Florida there in West Palm Beach. Let's go to Samira first, who is with the Kamala Harris supporters. It's been a rowdy night so far. There are lots of music, singing and dancing. How are things there at the moment?
I think exactly what you said earlier really sort of crystallizes how people are feeling here now, that it's still really early in the game. And a lot of people that I've been speaking to remain very optimistic. And I've kind of challenged a little bit of that optimism. You know, are they generally just sort of happy, optimistic people? And this one woman actually just was very sweet. She took a moment and said, you know, regardless of the outcome, I am still going to be positive, regardless of what happens in this election. And I think that just really highlights just how razor close this election is, and also just how partisan politics have become in America. And so for her, this idea that regardless of the outcome, that there's still going to be positivity within the country, that was really very important. Of course, when we're not listening to results coming in, there's a lot of music and dancing that's happening. That kind of jovial, club-like atmosphere continues. Let's see how long into the night it will go.
All right, Samira, we'll check back with you in a little while. Let's go to Florida now to Gary. Gary, what are things like there?
Well, a lot of excitement in the room here, actually, when the crowd are starting to see some of the numbers on the screen. They're very excited about the numbers in Virginia in particular, where the race could be closer than it was last time when it went for Joe Biden. They were cheering a lot when they saw the recent vote count numbers for North Carolina. And there's some big cheers, obviously, earlier in the evening when Fox particularly predicted Florida for Donald Trump and indeed Texas. So some big excitement in the room. I was speaking to some people, some of the special guests here who are down the back of the room drinking wine and beer. There was a group of bikers for Trump. They were looking forward to the night. There was a group of women in these sparkly jackets who said that Donald Trump was going to make America sparkle again, and they were treating this like their Christmas, they said. So a lot of great excitement. Some children here too. There was a chat with a young child, Noel, 15 months old, running around, having a lot of excitement. Even someone with a baby in a stroller. So a lot of atmosphere growing here, as you can expect. They're being buoyed by some of the sort of vote counts they're seeing on screen. And you may have noticed behind me, they're actually showing CNN here, which is slightly anomalous. They were showing Fox earlier in the evening, but they've switched to, I think Donald Trump described them once as the enemy of the people. Anyway, they're here in Trump headquarters tonight on the big screen.
Gary, you'll have to have a word with them there. Get them to flick over to BBC News. They can all tune in down there in Florida. Listen, enjoy the party so far. We'll speak to yourself and Samira a little later on. But of course, we've been watching these swing states all night, haven't we? These are the ones that are going to really make the difference to the two candidates. The biggest of all, Pennsylvania. Looks like it's going to be many hours before we have any results from there, but you never know. Anything can happen in American politics, and this year has proved that like no other year has. But let's go to Pennsylvania live now, and we can go to Tom Bateman, who is there. Tom, what is the latest there? What are you hearing about things, how the counting is going there in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, as you say, the polls closed a couple of hours ago and the counting well and truly underway. But as you say, we do expect not just a very long night, but a very long few days, potentially, if the last election is anything to go by. And also because of just how close the opinion polls have put this state at a dead heat for many, many weeks now. But we can talk about the result so far, according to around a third of the votes that have been counted, putting Kamala Harris on 51.6%, Donald Trump on 47.4%. So she's ahead. But as I say, just with a third of the votes counted, that is pretty meaningless, and largely because the mail-in ballots, the postal votes, tend to lean towards Democrats. They're disproportionately Democrats that have tended to use early voting and mail-in voting. So we can't put too much store into that. And that talks to another issue, which is the fact that last election, because of the numbers of mail-in votes, well over 2 million, about 2.5 million, that created this space when there was a delay in counting those, in which Donald Trump alleged without evidence that there was a rigged system here in Pennsylvania. What I've sensed throughout the course of today is a very determined operation by officials from the district attorney's office right up to the governor and the city commissioners to try and put a sort of firewall around the process to show that they're looking into any evidence whatsoever and debunking it, and to say therefore that any allegations like this that they have treated properly and fairly, but basically they're not going to put up with what the district attorney described earlier as any crazy nonsense allegations about fraud in the count.
Okay, Tom, thanks for that. We will check in with you a little later on to see how things are going there. Now, we have another projection to bring for you now. Let's see what we can tell you. We can tell you Mississippi. Mississippi is projected as a win for Donald Trump and the 6 electoral votes that Mississippi has. Mississippi, one of these reliably red states, always votes Democrat in recent years at least. So that's one definitely that Donald Trump will have been counting on. So let's see what difference it makes to that race to 270. Well, you can see there it brings Donald Trump up to 178, Kamala Harris on 81. So still quite a way for both of them to go. And we will see what happens as the night progresses. Now, we were talking about Pennsylvania there. Another key state that we're watching, of course, is Wisconsin, right up there in that same part of the country. And we can speak now to Mandela Barnes, the former Lieutenant Governor of Wisconsin, who is joining us. Thanks indeed for being with us on BBC News. Talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing in Wisconsin today, how the votes are being counted. There's been some controversy about a recount of about 30,000 votes, I gather.
Of course. Thank you so much. Wisconsin is always a very close state. I want to remind people that I've been on both sides of close elections. In 2018, when I was elected to the office of Lieutenant Governor, it was about a 1% race. When I unfortunately lost my race for the U.S. Senate 2 years ago, it was about 1%. So votes are still coming in. We are pleased with what we have been seeing. And, as far as Milwaukee and the little controversy we were talking about, I can guarantee you things are being sorted out. Even the chair of the Republican Party of Milwaukee County has stated that it's not malfeasance. It was just a small error. Things will be resolved. But as we know, counting of the ballots will go late into the night. I've just had my energy drink already, and I'm ready to wait this thing out. But our program here on the ground has been unlike anything else. Voters in Milwaukee have been enthusiastic, and they have turned out in early voting in record numbers.
Mandela, I was actually covering your Senate race in 2022, and I remember well that huge get out the vote campaign, especially among the Black voting groups in Milwaukee. And I remember at the time already, many of the families where Democrats were knocking doors, they were saying at that time already, we simply cannot deal with the grocery prices, that it's the economy, affordability that is the biggest issue. Do you think it really is on the Democrats here that this has not been solved for some of these working class families who are talking about just how hard it's hitting their wallet?
Well, I can tell you the problem has been greed. The problem has been rising costs because a lot of folks, a lot of business leaders have decided to raise prices on American families. And I can tell you that will only happen even more under a Donald Trump presidency. And that's a message we've tried to hammer home. And as the cost of living continues to increase, people like Donald Trump and his acolytes in the United States Senate have proposed cuts even to Social Security, which would make a difficult situation even worse for our seniors in this state and all across the country. And so it's a message that, of course, sometimes could use a little bit more refining when trying to pin the culprit when it comes to rising costs. We know it's happening. Everybody is feeling it. But the unfortunate thing is who to blame has been misplaced. And I don't think it's not even necessarily party. It has been the greed of some very wealthy individuals, the folks who will certainly be enabled by Donald Trump.
And Mandela, one more question. I know that the Republicans had opened a community center in Milwaukee in a heavily Black neighborhood. And this is also part of the strategy, as we've been hearing, to win over some more Black men to the Trump side, to the Republicans. Is that something you've been seeing?
That office has been there for a while. I live in that neighborhood. I cannot tell you a single time where I have seen people in there, whether it's staff or whether it's volunteers. That has been a dormant office. They put it there just to have it there, just to say they have a presence in the community. That's the same lip service that we get when Republicans are actually in office. It is lip service, pretending to have a presence, but not doing anything to actually engage the Black community.
All right, Mandela, great to speak to you. Thank you so much for joining us again on BBC News.
Thank you.
And over to Katrina. She's got another projection for us.
Indeed, I do. Now, we have another state projection to bring to you. And at this time, we are in a position to project the state of Colorado. The state of Colorado projected as a win for Kamala Harris and the 10 electoral votes that goes along with that. So what difference does that make to the race to 270? Let's have a look at our board there. You can see that brings Kamala Harris up to 91. Donald Trump is on 178. So still quite a way. Oh, we have someone's pulled the plug out on our board there. Not to worry, we'll plug it back in, put a few more quid in the meter for the electricity bill here, and we'll be back in business. We don't want that happening this long. No, so many hours yet to go, but live TV, what can you do? So we will have a check on some projections in just a moment, but let's go over to Christian, who is at our magic board. Hopefully his is plugged in at this point, and he can give us an update on the swing states. Christian.
Yeah, I've been looking at patterns. I want to show you something that is apparent to me with quite a bit of the vote in now in some of our battleground states. So this is Georgia, 81% of the vote counted. What I've been looking at is how much better Donald Trump is doing actually in the smaller rural counties around the map in Georgia. So this is a really good example. Twigs, you've got 92% of the vote counted now. You can see the margin here, 57-42. If I spin it back to 2020 and Joe Biden, you can see that she's actually doing a couple of points worse than he was. And I told you at the beginning of the night, this is a simple game of maths, addition and subtraction. Can you lose less badly in some of these counties if you're a Democrat while you run up the score in the suburban areas? And she is doing that. She's holding where Joe Biden was in 2024. If I show you Fulton County, you see she's pretty much more or less in the same place. And in Rockdale, I can tell you she's a little bit ahead with 93% of the vote counted. And it's a similar story, actually. If you go to North Carolina, Nash County was one of 10 across the 7 battleground states that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020. So it's a good bellwether. But you see, she is behind him there. This was the picture in 2020. So there's 1,000 votes difference there. And yet, if you were to go back to Wake County with 70% of the vote counted here, let me just put that in there for you. There you go, 63.9 with 76.4% counted. And you show that, you see, she's doing quite well in those suburban and metro areas. So if we just go to Pennsylvania, again, you see it in Scranton area around Lackawanna, 95% of the vote counted. She is, what is she there? She's 3 points ahead of Donald Trump. If it was to show you 2016, when Hillary Clinton lost Pennsylvania, it is, what you see is the same sort of margin. So she's not doing as well as Joe Biden. And she probably knew that, to be honest. She probably knew that she wasn't going to be doing what Joe Biden did to win the White House back in 2020. She knew the game, that she had to get more out of places like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. None of these states can be predicted, but I think it's becoming more predictable how each of these candidates will win.
Okay, Christian, thanks for that. We'll be back over to you in another little while.
All right, let's check in now on the state of Ohio, not actually a swing state, but still we want to check in there and speak to Republican Frank LaRose. He is the Secretary of State in Ohio. Great to have you on our program tonight. Just first of all, we know the polls closed a few hours ago there in Ohio, but tell us how vote counting has been going and just how the process of voting went today in Ohio.
Well, today was a very smooth election because of the 35,000 hardworking elections officials. Really, everything went quite well in Ohio. The polls closed right on time at 7:30. We are well past 60% reported, and it's been a really good night for Republicans so far in Ohio, it appears. But of course, we've got more votes to count yet.
Of course, our home to the Republican vice presidential pick, the senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance. Has his name on the ticket, do you think, made a difference to turnout?
choosing. And certainly we've seen some evidence of it in national polls, a point or two here or there. And look, I've seen it throughout the Midwest, but it's a point here or a point there. I don't know if it's enough to make up for the loss of voters of color that have clearly, I mean, that continues to me to be the big story of the night, is the shift among Hispanics. Look, Hispanic voters are swing voters. And I think, you know, what's interesting here is the Republican Party treated them the same way they treated white working class voters. They courted them the same way they treated white working class voters. The Democratic Party has spent a lot of time treating it as an identity group, you know, and you know, whether it's Latinx, which sort of fell flat. And so there's been a lot of hand wringing about this inside Democratic circles, a real split. Like, you know, it was a total misread sort of by the coastal strategists when it comes to how to target working class voters of color. And I think we're starting to see sort of a working class coalition start to drift to the right. You know, before Donald Trump had working class whites. Now he's adding working class Hispanics and working class, not necessarily seeing evidence of working class African Americans, but adding working class Hispanics. That becomes a very durable majority.
Well, another way of saying that is the education gap.
Well, it's the
Whether
same
you're
thing.
College educated or non-college educated.
It doesn't matter your ethnicity. It matters your education.
Right.
But is it Donald Trump or is it the Republican Party?
Or is it the Democratic Party? Okay, meaning like I don't, you know, it's the Democrat. It is, first of all, Latino voters in many ways are driven by the same issues. And there's one issue in particular, actually, that Republicans align closer with Latino voters, or Latino voters align more closely with the Conservative Party, and that's school choice. And that has been, and you can't help but wonder, both Florida and Texas have been very aggressive about expanding school choice. Where have Republicans made the greatest gains among Hispanic voters? Florida and Texas. So education, the economy, those issues, bread and butter issues, and that is how they talk to them. I'm not saying Democrats weren't, but for the sort of the cultural issues don't play as well with Hispanic voters as they may with college-educated whites or even African.
And we saw the Trump campaign hammer some of those issues
Over
in
and over.
ads over and over again. Take a break right here. Coming up next, things are heating up. The votes are rolling in. We've got the latest on the battleground states, and we're inching closer to that 200.
The current senator for. So let's see what impact that has on the race for 270. You can see now Donald Trump on 195 electoral college votes, Kamala Harris on 91. It may look like Donald Trump is getting very close to that 270, but again, just to explain the way things work in the US and the way the states close at different times right across the country. Some of the earlier closing states, very heavily Republican states, some of the later closing states, California, Washington, and so on, very heavily Democratic states. So Kamala Harris will be waiting on those polls to close to try and get a bump to bring her nearer the line. And then it all comes down to those 7 states that we just can't predict at this time. Sometimes vote Republican, sometimes vote Democrat, and they are the ones that will push either candidate over the line, or it might even be a tiebreaker. Happens very rarely, but you never know. The chance is there. Well, let's have a chat about what we've seen so far. We can bring in our panel now. Stephanie and Rodney, you've been watching very closely the races as we've been talking here. What is sticking out to you as something now, Stephanie?
Well, I'm really glad that you keep making the point that it's not necessarily that Trump has a significant lead, but rather it's just the way the states fall. If everything goes as people expect, Harris will have 225 and Trump will have 219 electoral college votes, and then they'll battle for that last set of 7 swing states. But we're not going to see that for a few hours yet. And so don't despair, folks who are out there, or be excited when you see this. It's not a linear race in that way. I think a couple of things that are interesting to me is looking at Virginia. I mean, the numbers aren't entirely in yet, but the Democrats usually win Virginia handily. So in 2020, it was 54-44 for Democrats, and it's a bit closer this cycle. So that might be a reflection of Republican enthusiasm. But, you know, again, it's hard to make real assessments until you get all of the votes counted. But some things, give you a little bit of pause. But so far, I haven't seen anything that hasn't kind of fallen in line with what people expected to happen tonight.
Well, my sources who were talking with folks within the Trump war room, they believe that Georgia and North Carolina are going to be called for President Trump. That leaves the blue wall. That leaves Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. One of those fall, and then he can pick up Nevada if it's not Pennsylvania. He wins the presidency. Those are two states, Georgia and North Carolina, that he needed to win to be able to get to that blue wall and realize that there's another option out there besides Pennsylvania.
Katie, what are your sources saying at this point? I mean, obviously, if North Carolina and Georgia go to Donald Trump, it puts them in a pretty commanding position with the rest of the swing states still to call.
I'm hearing from Democrats who are kind of going backwards and forwards this evening, sometimes sounding more confident, sometimes sounding less. The Harris campaign still saying they are totally confident that they can get this. But I think everybody on the Democratic side certainly recognizes that this is not going to be the kind of clean, quick victory that they may have been projecting over the course of the last week. I think one word of warning is this idea we should keep our eyes on the fact of how many of the votes have been counted that were on the day votes, and are we still waiting for mail-in votes to be counted? Because although we've seen a lot of turnout, right, from Republicans in early voting, much more than we saw in 2020, it's still not at the same numbers as Democratic voting. So in a state like Pennsylvania, where it's so critical, you're going to have to wait until we have those those early votes.
And the percentage of vote counted in all of these numbers, we always have to keep that in mind. The percentage of vote counted is critical because, if there's 5% of the vote counted somewhere, what can that actually tell us? My brother lives in Gwinnett County, just outside of Atlanta. He keeps texting me the number of the vote counted. So far, I think he said only 20%. So we still have a ways to go in these critical swing counties as well.
And, when we talk about Georgia, I think one thing to note is that we are seeing foreign interference in Georgia. The Secretary of State Raffensperger has said that the bomb threats that have been called into various polling stations has been coming from Russia. And that's actually quite significant to think that foreign actors are engaged and actively trying to disrupt our democracy here.
One other thing that we haven't spoken about is the fact our viewers around the world, of course, have heard a lot about Donald Trump and about Kamala Harris. They may not have heard as much about the fact that there are other people on the ballot. There are these third-party candidates, and we haven't mentioned them this evening. These third-party candidates, to some extent, cost Hillary Clinton her election in 2016. If they can run up the numbers in some of these blue wall states where they caused Hillary Clinton such damage in 2016, they could do the same again. I've been looking. Jill Stein seems to be at about 1% in Wisconsin. That's what she got in 2016. Right. She'd been polling at 2%. These sound like tiny numbers. That these people are getting, but in a very close race, that can make the difference.
It certainly could. And Robert Kennedy being on the ballot in certain states could pull away from Donald Trump at the same time.
Especially a state like Wisconsin, because I think Wisconsin is the only one that has all of the third-party candidates on the ballot.
Right, that's right.
And you have to take into consideration some of the early numbers in these Senate races are pretty telling. You've got 46% of the vote in Nebraska. Now, that one should change. Deb Fischer's down right now. I don't anticipate that switching to the Democratic column. But Bernie Moreno, as Secretary LaRose said, 69% of the vote last time I checked. He's up by a very good margin. Pennsylvania right now, 49% of the vote in. Dave McCormick's up over Senator Bob Casey. Wisconsin, it's Eric Hovde, the Republican, barely down with Senator Tammy Baldwin. Montana expected to go the Republicans' way. If those numbers continue to trend, especially in a state like Pennsylvania, where the Philadelphia numbers we anticipated came in early, that's a big deal.
All right, Bunny, thank you so much.
Well, we've been speaking about Georgia there. We can actually speak now to Gabriel Sterling, the Chief Operating Officer in the Office of the Georgia Secretary of State. Well, we've actually lost him.
He was there, he was gone.
There, and then he's gone. It's that kind of night, isn't it? Everyone is frantic and busy and kept going as we are here. And thanks for being with us. Now, let's bring in some more exit poll information. We can go over to Azadeh. Azadeh, what have you got for us now?
That's right, don't worry. I've got some data you can dig into. According to the latest figures, and we're looking at national figures right now that are giving you a broader picture, we can tell that Kamala Harris, according to what voters are saying right now, has a lead when it comes
to women, but it's not a landslide. Now, if you look at the figures, you'll see that 55% of women say they voted for Kamala Harris. For Donald Trump, it's about 44% of women. Now, those figures are actually down when it's compared to 2020 because Biden had a larger gender split. 57% of women in 2020 voted for Joe Biden. Now, you can temper that a little bit when you look at age. When you look at younger women, between the ages of 18 and 29, Kamala Harris has a very big lead with them. It's about on par with what Joe Biden had in 2020. And then when you look at younger men between the ages of 18 and 29, it's actually pretty evenly split. And yet that's a group that Joe Biden won by about 11 points in 2020. So again, big top line there is that Kamala Harris is leading with women, but not by a landslide. Now, if we look at the vote by race, when it comes to white voters, who are the single biggest voting group, more than half are voting for Donald Trump, according to these latest figures that, again, could change. But when you look at Kamala Harris's numbers, it's a completely different picture. She is leading with Black voters. About 4 in 5 voters say they voted for Kamala Harris. And then when you look at Hispanic figures, Harris is still in the lead, but it's worth flagging that Donald Trump is up 10 points with Hispanic and Latino voters compared to where he was at in 2020. Now, if you'll bear with me for one more, I've got education for you. And when it comes to education, you'll see that the majority of voters with college degrees are voting for Kamala Harris, and the majority without a college degree are voting for Donald Trump. So really interesting data there, but keep in mind, this is a broad view of the national picture. This isn't swing state data. And of course, it is in the swing states, as we keep saying all night, that's where the election will be won and lost. And as soon as we have more data, we'll update all these figures for you.
All right, thank you, Azadeh. If we look at those nuggets of data, Caddy, starting with you, looking at, the youth vote. We were talking about the fact that in 2020, the surge of the youth vote in the state of Michigan was critical, wasn't it? I mean, it's going to be something that the Democrats are going to be looking out for.
At the moment, everybody is still looking at the blue wall. We've had no actual surprises yet. The Harris campaign, there's not a ton of great data for them, the kind of thing that Stephanie was talking about, what we've seen in Florida with Hispanic voters, what you see from that exit poll data about the fact that the gender split is not as big as had been anticipated. That could be also something that is not a great sign for the Harris campaign. So there are lots of little signs out there that are not great for the Harris campaign. But there's no indication yet that the blue wall has fallen. And if she wins the blue wall, the likelihood is she wins the presidency. So I think we're really all waiting on those Philadelphia and Wisconsin votes. And that means that whilst we have that exit poll data, the exit poll data doesn't necessarily include all of the early voting. Again, they haven't got all of those votes processed yet. So we don't know how complete a picture that is at the moment.
I just got a text from a friend who said that they're anticipating at the Trump campaign a big mail ballot drop in Philly at about midnight. So we'll see if that takes place.
Yeah, that's going to be critical. Philly, of course, Joe Biden won the city with 81% of the vote in 2020. Kamala Harris is going to try to do better than that, Stephanie, as she needs to also in the suburbs around Philadelphia.
And early reporting from the campaign said that they were really optimistic by the turnout numbers that they were seeing in the Philly area. So let's see whether or not that manifests itself.
What about those education numbers, Caddy, that we just saw Azadeh talking about there with the college-educated vote versus the non-college educated vote? I mean, obviously, this is national exit polling data. As you said, you have to take some of it with a grain of salt because it doesn't include some of the early voting, which we've seen record turnout in a number of states. But, which way do you think that breaks for Kamala Harris and for Donald Trump?
And we've been speaking during the course of the evening about the realignment that is taking place in American demographics. And the Democrats' success in appealing to college-educated voters is part of that. I mean, we all think of the Democrats back in even as recently as the 1990s, and they were the party of working-class voters and unionized voters. I think what we're seeing with this kind of exit poll data is the continuation of the shift of the Democratic Party becoming the party of urban, educated voters. Now, 90%, the two go hand in hand. 90% of people with a college degree live in urban areas in the United States. But and the Republican Party, conversely, becoming the party. I mean, it is we now perhaps all take this for granted over the last couple of election cycles, but it's a remarkable shift that is taking place in American politics, and that leads to changes in policies like we were talking about earlier, where you don't have a focus on trying to reduce deficit spending, because actually a lot of people in the working class want social welfare programs, which is what Donald Trump realized.
With the Democratic Party ceding that kind of ground, those, blue collar workers, we've always called them, but we've seen the Republican Party making inroads there, haven't we, with trade unions getting some endorsements, not national endorsements necessarily, but that Donald Trump has been making an outreach to those people.
Yeah, I remember when we were at the convention together, and I mean, my jaw dropped to see a union leader on the Republican National Convention stage. And so I do think this reorientation of the political parties is part of why this election is so full of surprises and is so hard to poll, is because it's happening as we speak. And so the models are having a hard time capturing that. But we've talked tonight about how some of these rural counties, Harris isn't doing as well as Biden did 4 years ago. And that's a reflection of that voting base kind of slipping further and further away from Democrats. I think the question for me is, where do the country club Republicans go? Like, these were the Reagan-Bush Republicans of the past. Where did they go?
The Nikki Haley voters, for example.
The Nikki Haley voters.
Yeah. Well, Rodney might know. Rodney, where do country club Republicans go?
Or chamber Republicans?
Many of them are what we now call suburban Democrats. So, I mean, great points all around on labor and looking ahead at what are the demographic changes that we in America are not used to in our political system. And I think a number that has come forth over the last few weeks is the generic ballot nationwide. As a member of Congress, as a Republican and Democrat, as a Republican, we always knew the generic ballot was, if we were 4 or 5 down, we were going to do very well. There is no shy voter anymore. The people who are being polled now have an even slightly ahead for Republicans on the generic congressional ballot nationwide. That's a big deal. And I think it's reflective of all of the instances that have been talked about here with those demographics shifting.
Okay, well, let's talk about some more shifting demographics, those in Nevada. We can go to Lily Jamali there in Nevada. Lily, how are things going there tonight?
Hi, things are going
lively.
Closed at 7 p.m. local time, so that's about 34 minutes ago, but it could be a while before we get results. This is a place that really is known for taking its time when it comes to reporting those results. Remember that back in 2020, we didn't know that President Joe Biden had won Nevada until the Saturday after the election. That's 5 days later. But to give me a better sense of the timeline, I'm joined by Professor Francis Carlton. He's a political science professor at the College of Southern Nevada. Thank you so much for being here. And in terms of those results coming in and the timeline there, curious, when do you think we'll get that first batch of results, and what might hold things up?
Very good. So I think it's kind of, thanks for having me. I think it's kind of a good news, bad news situation, right? Where we have, it turns out, long voter lines across the state. Reports are as long as 3 hours, and no election results can be released until after the last voter has had a chance to vote. And if you're in line by 7 o'clock, you get to vote. So it might be a couple hours yet. That's going to be the biggest factor delaying results.
There's also the issue of these ballots that need to be cured, as the terminology goes. These are ballots that have either a missing signature or mismatched signature. In those cases, the person that filled the ballot out actually needs to fix that. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so it's pretty easy, right? Because over time, your signature might change, or you might have an inconsistent signature, so that can be a problem.
Yeah.
If the Secretary of State has reached out to you to get your ballot cured of that problem, the Secretary of State has now created a website where you can now do that online. That's about 13,000 ballots, and they have until Tuesday of next week to do that. So they may not come in for a while yet.
And so there again, you have another issue that may delay the reporting of final results here in Nevada. Last thing I want to ask you is just about the changing demographics of this state. You know, we had President Obama win here in 2008 and in 2012. Excuse me, very windy here. And we also had Clinton win in 2016, Joe Biden in 2020, all Democrats. But those margins have shrunk over time. So what is it about the population that's changing?
Yeah, so it's interesting, right? Las Vegas in particular, where about 80% of us live here in Nevada. It's a pretty transient population, so it's always changing pretty quickly. We have a rapidly growing Latino community, and we have a rapidly growing AAPI community as well.
That's right. So 9% AAPI community here. Professor Carlton, thank you so much for joining me. We'll send it back to you.
All right, we have another projection to bring you now. Let's go to Katrina.
Indeed, we do some more projections now. We can project at this point that, drumroll please, the state of Iowa is projected as a win for Donald Trump. Now, Iowa, of course, whereas we saw that outlier poll over the weekend that had Kamala Harris ahead by 3 percentage points. But at this point in time, Iowa is projected as a win for Donald Trump and the 6 electoral votes that it brings with it. Kansas is projected as a win for Donald Trump, 6 electoral votes there for Donald Trump. So let's have a look and see what difference that makes for the race for 270. You can see that's now bringing Donald Trump up to 207, Kamala Harris there on 91. So Donald Trump has broken the 200 mark there with those wins. So let's see now what will happen. As we've been saying, of course, as the night goes on, polls closing in later parts of the country will make a difference to that. Kamala Harris waiting on some of those Western states to close. We can bring in Congresswoman Stephanie Bice, who's with us here. What are you making of what you're seeing so far tonight?
I think it's been an exciting night, some really great results so far, and a lot more to come.
And where do you think this race is going to be won and lost? I mean, we're looking at those swing states there, and the exit polls are showing us, and they are national polls, Kamala Harris perhaps not doing as well with women as she might have hoped for, not seeing that big surge there.
Well, I think that's exactly right. You know, I just listened to you announce that Donald Trump is going to go Iowa is going to go for Trump, and I think that's a really good sign. I think there was some maybe softness in some of the polling that we saw in the last week for Iowa. Pennsylvania, tremendous turnout. We've seen some really big numbers coming out of Pennsylvania over the last couple of days, early voting, people standing in line for quite some time. So far, I think we're in a really good position for Trump to win this. Now, I think it's going to take a couple of days for us to actually see the final results, but the initial polling, either exit polling or results that we're seeing with early voting, absentee voting, and then early numbers looks really, really strong.
If I could ask you more about that, what is it then about the exit polling data that you think looks strong for the Trump campaign? We did also see, of course, you know, a third of voters saying that they believe that democracy is important for their ballot.
Look, democracy is going to be protected. If Donald Trump is elected, he will protect democracy. And there seems to be this narrative that he will not. I think the things that are most important to voters right now are two things. The border and border security. We've had 10 million people illegally cross into the United States over the last 4 years under the Harris-Biden administration. Completely unacceptable. And then inflation. I live in the state of Oklahoma, and Oklahomans are paying over $800 more per month than they were paying in January of 2021. It is hitting their pocketbooks. And although they may not necessarily love some of the rhetoric that they hear from President Trump, they know that he's going to fight for them. He's going to fight to lower inflation. He's going to fight to make sure that the United States is energy independent. And he's going to fight to secure our southern border. And those are the things that I think voters are most interested in seeing in this next administration.
All right, Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us again on BBC News. Okay, we're going to zoom in now on another one of those issues that's been critical in this campaign, abortion and reproductive rights. And in Florida, voters tonight have opted against enshrining fuller abortion rights in the state constitution, retaining the current ban after 6 weeks of pregnancy. As we said, abortion a key issue driving voters to the polls this year. And this is the first presidential election held since the U.S. Supreme Court's 2022 decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. This removed protections for abortion that had been in place for nearly 50 years. The Dobbs decision, as it's known, let each individual state decide how to regulate the procedure.
And abortion rights are appearing on ballots in 10 states tonight, including in the key swing states of Arizona and also in Nevada. Donald Trump claims credit for overturning Roe v. Wade because he nominated 3 of the Supreme Court justices who ultimately took that decision.
Mr. Trump repeatedly said on the campaign trail that banning abortions at the 6-week mark is too early. He has also said he believes the issue should be left up to the states.
And Ms. Harris has staunchly supported abortion rights throughout her career, and she's made reproductive rights a key part of her campaign.
As vice president, she supported several measures to improve abortion access. All right, let's go to our correspondent, Will Grant, who is in Florida, and will tell us more about that abortion measure on the ballot there.
Well, it was a key part of the entire conversation in Florida. As we know, Donald Trump has won Florida, not just won it, but won it handsomely, potentially with the biggest margin of any president in recent history. So that core support for Donald Trump is also, I would say, the support that has prevented this measure, this Amendment 4, from going through. It remains a 6-week ban in Florida. Now, I think that those demographics that you've been talking about are key as well. We spoke to a lot of Latino voters here in Florida, particularly in Palm Beach. One said to us that because of their Catholic backgrounds, their faith, that they simply wouldn't be able to vote in favor of changing the rule on that. Now, if he's carried just so many of those voters for his presidential bid, the chances are that those are also the people who've prevented any change on abortion. It's worth noting that the numbers did favor a change, but it needed a 60% threshold, and it didn't reach that 60%. So the ban on abortion at anything after 6 weeks remains in place in Florida. Obviously, that's devastating news for a lot of young women who were particularly hopeful that the law would change on that. And not just here in Florida. Florida is a key state for neighboring states in the South, for women to come for reproductive services here. That has now been denied for them. The governor was key in making sure that that remained at a 6-week ban.
Okay, Will, thank you for that. Will Grant in Florida. You can see quite a lot of activity, part of the atmosphere there behind him. Of course, he's very near to where that Donald Trump Watch Party is taking place. Now, we have some new panelists in the studio, fresh blood, if you will. We're joined by our own Anthony Zerker, of course, our senior digital correspondent here, and Margaret Talev, managing editor for politics at Axios, and also director of the Syracuse University Institute for Democracy, Journalism and Citizenship. Just sticking with that issue of abortion on the ballot in 10 states, as we know, and that has failed now in Florida, but that's not what we have seen previously when abortion has been on the ballot. So it's quite remarkable, Margaret, isn't it?
I think in this case, as your correspondent was just explaining, a majority supported it. It's just that it needed 60%, and that's a much higher threshold. But what we've seen in state after state after state is that when measures on the ballot protecting women's access to abortion is on the ballot, it does drive more women to turn out, and Democrats had hoped that would help lift votes in sort of every state. I think we're seeing in Colorado, an initiative has just passed. It did not help them enough in Florida to change the dynamic of who's going to win the state of Florida in the presidential race.
It was unlikely to really there, wasn't it?
But again, I think when we look back on the final analysis of this race, and there's some things that are unknowable tonight, we're going to see that, in fact, the top 2 issues for most voters were not border security and inflation. They were inflation and reproductive rights. The challenge is that for many women, they felt very strongly that reproductive rights was the top issue. That was the heart, but the head said, inflation's a bigger deal to me every day. And so how those women who felt so strongly about those 2 issues are going to end up voting in the presidential race is going to be one of the big keys to what happens tonight or tomorrow or whenever it happens.
Auntie, you've been writing about all of this all night long on BBC.com. We've been following all of your updates, of course. But, I mean, just tell us what you think this might tell us. I mean, we know that there are abortion measures on the ballot in Nevada and Arizona, as we said. What impact can we know at this point what impact that might have?
We can't really tell yet. And Florida is not a good guideline to that. As you mentioned, it didn't help
the Democrats in Florida. I think the Democrats may be beyond help in Florida at this point. It was a swing state that we used to talk about in 2000 and 2004 and 2008. It is not anymore. It's a Republican state. It's a solid red state. Republicans overperformed there in 2022 in the midterm elections. They overperformed in 2018, a Democratic wave, and they won the governorship and ousted an incumbent Democratic senator. So Florida is an outlier, although it is interesting to look at the Hispanic vote in Florida and the Puerto Rican vote in Central Florida, because there was a county in Central Florida, Osceola, that Joe Biden won 4 years ago. That's 33% Puerto Rican, and Donald Trump carried it this time around. So if you're looking for signs that what happened at Madison Square Garden with the comedian making jokes about the island of Puerto Rico, calling it garbage, shifting the Puerto Rican vote, that didn't happen in Florida either. But we'll have to keep watching to see if in Arizona and Nevada these abortion ballot measures do, in that case, shift it in a much tighter race.
I was in Arizona a couple of weeks ago, and there were a lot of people there toying with the kind of split decision that they were going to vote for the abortion measure. And in Arizona, the abortion measure that's on the ballot there, abortion is already allowed up to 15 weeks, but it was to extend it to the point of viability, which is 22 to 24 weeks, and to give some extra rights around abortion access. So there is already access to abortion, which is not the case in other US states. But a lot of people told me they were going to vote for that and for Donald Trump, which is not the usual Republican position.
Yeah, and actually the abortion ban, I mean, it did come quite close in Florida, closer than some people had been expecting. It didn't pass there, and that maybe that is the Trump effect still, and maybe not very many people are splitting their ballots. I mean, I think it's one of the things that I'm going to be interested to look at around the country is whether we see any evidence of people splitting either on House to presidential races or on issues. And the Virginia races, that's why I think we're all watching Virginia closely this evening. It just seems Democrats are not doing as well as they are. It looks like they're going to squeak through on some of those House races, but you might have, so that maybe people voted for their local congressperson, but they actually voted for Kamala Harris. I don't know. I mean, I think the picture is so murky at the moment that I'm not quite sure how much we can glean in terms of issues or
where do things stand?
We're at that point in the evening where, yes, it looks good for Donald Trump in Georgia. It's looking better for Donald Trump in North Carolina. Obviously, if he flips Georgia back from when Joe Biden won it 4 years ago, that would be the first flip and a notable change. But these are the states that Donald Trump has to win. He has to win Georgia and North Carolina. It's his red wall to get to where he picks off one of the blue wall states and is then able to win the presidency. I think all eyes are going to start shifting to those blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. And right now you're getting more Republican votes counted, and we're going to be sitting here waiting for the big cities to come in.
It reminds me of 2020, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
You and I were in this same position where literally at about this stage, not long before, about 11 p.m., we were thinking, wow, this looks like a very good night for Donald Trump. And then they started counting some of those big city votes. Now, they all say they've got the processes quicker, and so they should be counting those votes quicker, but we haven't had them yet.
No,
what's your sense? It's worth reminding people that.
I'm hearing from a lot of Democrats who, sure, they're watching Pennsylvania, but they're really watching Wisconsin and Michigan right now.
Okay.
And it's interesting because I think you're right. We have seen, as the world gets more partisan, there seems to be less and less ticket splitting, but tonight we are seeing ticket splitting. And we saw it perhaps in North Carolina already. I mean, I know Harris would love to win North Carolina, but it looks like voters came out and said, I'm not voting for the Republican candidate for governor, but I am voting for Donald Trump. And if enough of those did that, it's going to take North Carolina off the map for her. We'll see. Hasn't happened yet. Pennsylvania, crucial Senate race, as well as obviously all the chips in the presidential race. So the propensity to ticket split tells you voters really actually are engaged this year. But I can't emphasize this enough. I have been in so many focus group Zoom rooms behind the curtain over the course of this year, as well as poll after poll after poll. The preponderance of the reason why people who are backing Trump is because they're upset about inflation and they remember a time before COVID, before the supply chain, when Donald Trump happened to be president, when their money bought them more. And a lot of them will tell us in these focus groups, oh, the chaos. We don't want the chaos again. I'm really disturbed by January 6th. I don't want to live through that drama again. I don't want my children to see that he's an example for president, but I'm going to vote for him anyway because of inflation. So I think we'll see what happens here.
That's exactly what people were saying in 2016. I mean, I remember traveling around all the states that year, and it was the exact same point. It was like, I don't like Donald Trump's character. I don't want my kids to emulate him, but I really want him as my president. And traveling around, as we all have, we've heard that same thing again this year, haven't we?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's definitely been a willingness to go back to Donald Trump. And it's a remarkable change given the way his presidency ended in 2020 and 2021, that he has managed to rebuild that coalition and maybe even the winning coalition that carried him over the top in 2016. There is a very reasonable chance that he could pick off one of those blue wall states. There are indications in some exit polls that he's making inroads in black voters, in Hispanic voters, although that's not big in Michigan and Wisconsin. It does play a role in Pennsylvania. And if he can do that and not lose the suburbs and not lose these traditional Republican voters that Kamala Harris had really targeted, then he could win this thing.
I think there's one other question about the Harris campaign has really not wanted to talk about publicly, and that's whether there were sections of the population that just didn't feel very comfortable voting for a woman for the top of the ticket. And it's a kind of hidden sexism is how they call it. And we don't know the answer to that. I mean, there's I've interviewed some men who said that they just didn't think she could be strong enough. And I suspect there are some women too. America has never had a woman for president. So it is asking people to vote for something new. We don't know the numbers on that, but whether we look at some of these numbers on men and find that actually there were groups of men who just didn't feel I've had texts from people who study young men in particular who say that actually they just didn't feel comfortable.
But why do you think the Harris campaign didn't want to talk about that
Because
question?
they didn't want to engage with the issue of gender at all. I mean, they didn't want her to be the candidate who was America's first black South Asian woman running for president. They wanted her to be the candidate who was running for all Americans. They didn't want to repeat the Hillary Clinton model. They saw what Hillary Clinton did, literally the slogan, "I'm with her," and they felt that didn't help Hillary Clinton.
But it's
so
funny, I'm with her didn't end up being a successful campaign. I mean, it won the popular vote, but it didn't win the Electoral College. And yet I'm not sure that that's why. It might just be because she spent the campaign criticizing Donald Trump instead of making an affirmative case for herself. We're dealing enough with the economy. And I think here in the closing weeks, we have seen a race where Harris's strategic decision was to go hard after Trump and say, do you really want a return to that? And try to make the case about the economy in the very closing days. But it was not an economic heavy message up until then. And many voters right up until the end, fairly or not, were saying, I just don't feel like I know her yet. I don't know what she believes.
Which is extraordinary.
Which was always
she's been vice president for 4 years.
Yes,
but
of course.
We'll talk about all of this in another moment. I want to go over to Georgia now because that's one that's getting very, very close. They've got a lot of the votes counted there. It's been looking very good for Donald Trump if you listen to what the Republicans are saying, and it's still very tight, votes still to be cast. But John Sudworth is there for us. John, what can you tell us about the state of play?
Yeah, well, a huge cheer went up here a few minutes ago. They are convinced they have won this state, wresting it back from the Democrats. Joe Biden won here, of course, in 2020 by just a few thousand votes. Now, that is their prediction. It is not an independent prediction, but Kamala Harris's routes to victory here are looking increasingly narrow. We have something like 93% of the vote counted. Donald Trump is leading by something like 3 percentage points. She will need to perform extremely well among the remaining urban votes still to be counted to close that gap. It is looking difficult. And if it is confirmed, if this state is predicted for Donald Trump, then that would be a huge victory. Of course, he really needs the southern states on his path to the White House. They will be delighted. That said, it is just one state, but there are some other indications that don't look so good for the Democrats here. Some of the exit polling suggested that although Kamala Harris was winning a majority as expected amongst women voters and black voters in the state, very important here, of course, in Georgia, Donald Trump may have been eating into those margins. So it'll be very interesting to see if that is borne out when we get the full picture here. And if it is, that would be more troubling signs for the Democrats.
One more question about how voting went in Georgia. You know, there were these reports of these bomb threats at polling stations. Do we have an idea of how that impacted voting and if that extended the time in which we're expecting to get a result?
Yeah, so there were those threats, which the election officials here are blaming on Russian interference. They led to the evacuation of a few polling stations this morning, just a handful. We're told it didn't get in the way of voting too much. Some of the deadlines for voting were extended slightly in some polling stations, although in some cases nothing to do with the bomb threats for other technical reasons. All we can say is Georgia told us it would count quickly and give us a result early. I don't think they've quite hit the schedule they wanted to, but you know, looking at these numbers now, 93% of the vote in, they've not done badly, and I think we are not far off having an official call for the first swing state.
All right, John Sudworth for us in Georgia. Thank you so much, John.
Okay, and we can just say to you at this point that our CBS News partner has a rate rating for Georgia. Our CBS News partner has a race rating for Georgia as leans Trump. Now, that's not a projection at this point. It's not a result, but that is what our CBS News partners are saying because there is a lot of the vote already counted there in Georgia. Let's go over to Christian now. He has more.
Yeah, we're looking across the battleground states at the moment at the vote that's being counted. You can see there's a lot of red on this board at the moment. Just a note of caution, we did see this back in 2020 in the Northwest states. They tend to count the on-the-day ballot much quicker than the mail-in ballot here. So you would expect Republicans to be ahead here in the Northwest. But Georgia, as John was just telling you, let's just quickly jump into Georgia. Around 90% of it counted. And he was saying that actually the paths are narrow. And if you just look at how much of the vote is counted around the Atlanta suburbs area, you can see we're up to 90% now in these suburbs. I mean, he said that she was doing well with the black vote. That's a really good example. Clayton here, that's 70% black. You see the margin is huge in Clayton County. But it's really what I was telling you earlier, that she's not getting enough out of these rural counties. And Donald Trump, as he has done in previous elections, he runs up the vote in these blue-collar, conservative, small rural areas. He's getting more out of it tonight in Georgia. Let's quickly jump ahead to Arizona. Our first look at Arizona tonight. State of the Grand Canyon and of John McCain, the Republican who, of course, himself was a presidential nominee back in 2008. The race here really is in Maricopa County. This is 60% of the vote. You can see Donald Trump just in the last few minutes, in fact, has just gone into the lead there. In Maricopa County, though, she's just ahead. This is Tucson here, Pima County. That's also a Democratic area. Right up against the border, 1/3 of the vote in Arizona is Latino.
To you later, but we are approaching the top of the hour and another key race alert to come to us now. Another set of polls closing, another one of these moments where the candidates are anxiously waiting results, projections, polls closing. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, of course, watching this moment as closely as we are. So let's see what lies ahead.
All right, it is 11 p.m. here in Washington, 4 a.m. in London. Another big moment for you. Polls just closing in the states of California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. And together, these states make up 78 electoral votes. Another reminder for you, that magic number is 270 votes to win the White House. Now, these are, of course, some of the West Coast states that the Democrats have been waiting to see come in. And we are still waiting for those 7 key battleground states. We don't have projections for those yet. Vote counting is fast and furious at this hour as polls have closed for a few hours in some of those swing states. We're waiting for updates there as some of those counties come in and the vote tally takes up the percentage of the vote that's come in. But it's been a big night across the board already as we're waiting to see how those swing states shake out. We've seen the reliably Republican or reliably Democrat states come in, but we can now bring you some projections from those polls that have just closed. And here is the first one that we have for you. California projected for Kamala Harris 54 electoral votes. Kamala Harris is from San Francisco, of course. She was a senator there, attorney general, and that state was expected for her. Idaho, now reliably Republican state, projected for Donald Trump. 4 electoral votes now added to his tally. So that brings his tally up a little further. Let's look at where that leaves us now. So that big chunk of electoral votes for Kamala Harris with California brings us to 145 on her end. So you see she's inching a little bit closer. Donald Trump at 211. They're trying to reach that middle white line. 270 is the number that they need to win. So we're seeing that get a bit closer. But as we said, as we get more projections from a state like Oregon on the West Coast, that will give us a better idea of how things are looking. At this point, polls have just closed in Oregon, way out on the West Coast. So it is too early to project. It has 8 electoral votes expected to go to Kamala Harris, but too early to call at this moment. And Washington, the state of Washington, also on the West Coast, polls just closing there. It has 12 electoral votes at this hour. Too early to project, but we'll continue watching to see if those results come into us and see if those tallies start to go up for Kamala Harris with those West Coast states closing there. But let's go over to the Harris campaign headquarters right here in Washington, D.C., where our North America editor, Sarah Smith, has been all evening. Sarah, how are people feeling there at this point in the evening? Are they nervous? Are they excited?
Well, there was just a huge cheer went up here when it was announced that Kamala Harris had won California. Now, that was hardly a surprise, of course, but, you know, those 54 electoral votes really do bring her tally up. And to be honest, it was the first time in a while that there had been very much good news to excite people here. They've been doing what they can to try and keep the party atmosphere going. The DJ is pumping up the music as the party's filling up, but people are getting more and more anxious. Now, we know you've been saying all night that, you know, we can't call these swing states yet because not enough of the vote is in. But as they watch, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin tip towards Trump with the votes that are counted already, giving him a slight lead. People are getting more and more worried about this. And of course, until a few days ago, nobody thought that Kamala Harris had a chance of winning Iowa. And then we saw that surprise poll a few days ago. They made it sound as though Iowa was competitive. So when she didn't take Iowa as well, hearts sank here. And I would say over the last couple of hours, people are getting more and more worried about just how tight this is. There is still a path to victory for Kamala Harris. People are clinging on to that hope, but you know, you can feel the anxiety level rising here.
All right, thank you, Sarah. And let's go right to Gary O'Donoghue, who is at Trump headquarters, campaign headquarters tonight in West Palm Beach. And Gary, we heard from Sarah, there are people getting ever more anxious at Harris headquarters. What is it like right now in that room?
Well, it's the converse here because people are getting increasingly excited. They're seeing the numbers on screen. Obviously, in those 7 key swing states, we've got no projections at the moment, but they're seeing the way the numbers are breaking in places like Georgia. They're seeing the closeness of the race in places like Virginia. They're seeing things like North Carolina too, which was a bit of a wobble for the campaign in the last few days, seeing that perhaps that firming up a little bit. So I think you'll see a bit of excitement here growing. They just played some music a moment ago. A few ladies doing the can-can. I think it's fair to say that liquor has been consumed in this room by some substantial amount in any case. And everyone's hoping that the candidate himself will come over from Mar-a-Lago at some point and address the crowd. That's certainly the expectation, and the place has been filling up as a result. They've still got CNN on the TV, I'm afraid. I did try and find the remote to switch it to BBC News, but I failed.
Gary, thank you for fighting the good fight for us out there in Florida. Right, Gary O'Donoghue at Trump headquarters. Let's go right to a key battleground state. We've been watching all night. Carl Nassman there for us. Carl, how are people feeling where you are at this point in the evening?
Well, the energy in the room has picked up a bit. Supporters and volunteers for Tammy Baldwin and Democrats here in Madison, Wisconsin. They're coming in now. They've been watching some of the results coming in on television. A big cheer going up when Dane County flashed on the screen. That's where we are. And a big lead in that county for Kamala Harris. But just a few moments ago, we saw the Lieutenant Governor of the state, Sarah Rodriguez, take the stage. She gave a bit of a reality check to everybody here, saying, hey, look, we know how things work in in Wisconsin. This is going to be a long night until we get those final results. There are so many cities that do this central count. So all the ballots sent to one place to be processed and counted there, and that is simply going to take time, especially in the city and county of Milwaukee. That's where we saw an earlier snafu where some 31,000 ballots had to be recounted after there was an error with the machine door on one of these machines not being closed properly. That has caused a bit of drama here among the Republican Party. They're claiming that, well, the city of Milwaukee wasn't quite prepared for this. City officials saying this is only out of a complete abundance of caution that they're doing this recount. I've been speaking with supporters here and those gathered in this building. You can feel a bit of anxiety starting to creep into the room. They know that if those Sunbelt swing states do go for Donald Trump, then the clearest path to victory is going to be through what's called the blue wall states. Wisconsin is one of them. These Midwestern states, Great Lakes states that tend to go Democratic but have been leaning more Republican in recent years. Wisconsin going to be a key part of that. Kamala Harris will not be able to afford to lose this state if she does lose a state like Georgia and North Carolina. Everyone, though, aware of that, they're still keeping up their confidence. It's still too early, really, to have a sense of which way the state is going to go. What we're going to have to watch are those key areas around Milwaukee, the WOW counties, and as well Milwaukee itself. And that is where we're thinking we're really going to have to wait tonight to get final results in. We've been speaking with election officials here. They tell us it could be past midnight, maybe 1 a.m., 2 a.m. local time. That means people in the UK might be waking up to their breakfast to get results from Wisconsin. So stay patient, stay calm. That's the motto here in Wisconsin, but a bit of anxiety here as well among the Democratic supporters of Senator Tammy Baldwin here in Madison.
Yeah, we've got to stay patient across all of those swing states. Carl Nassman for us in Wisconsin. Thank you, Carl. And let's go back to the screen now because we have another projection to bring you. The state of Oregon projected for Kamala Harris with its 8 electoral votes. Oregon, a solidly Democrat state on the West Coast. The polls just closed a short while ago, about 10 minutes ago. And now we can say that it has been projected for Kamala Harris with those 8 electoral votes. Let's take a look at where that puts us on our counter at the moment. All right, so 153 for Kamala Harris, 211 for Donald Trump. Again, we are still waiting for some states to be called, to be projected. So at the moment, you see Donald Trump with that bigger lead, but we're going to see the numbers get closer and closer. We know that this is supposed to be a very, very close race, and we're anticipating the numbers are going to continue to show us that. All right, let's go to our correspondent, Netta Tawfik, who is also at Trump campaign headquarters. And Netta, you've been there all evening, and you've been looking also at Donald Trump's legal troubles. You covered the case that led to his conviction in New York. I mean, tell us, if Donald Trump wins tonight, what does that mean for his legal cases?
Yeah, Sumi, I mean, we're looking at these swing states and looking to see whether that will put him in the White House. But really, there is a lot personally at stake for Donald Trump as well, legally speaking. If he is able to win in this election, his 3rd time running, he will be able to get the charges against him either dropped or postponed. Let's look at the federal case, for example, the federal case in Washington, D.C. Against him trying to interfere with the election in 2020. Well, look, DOJ policy is that a sitting president can't be prosecuted. And Donald Trump has said that he would fire Jack Smith, the special prosecutor, within 2 minutes of taking office again. So he will likely never have to go to court in that case. As far as the election interference case in the state of Georgia, well, we could see that case postponed if he goes into the White House again. And look, in New York, he's already been convicted of 34 felony charges of fraud. The sentencing is on November 26th, coming up very shortly. So whether he is elected or not, perhaps could impact if he does get a jail sentence. Again, he might just get probation, but if he is sentenced to jail time, the question becomes, again, does that get postponed? Does that get pushed? So really a lot to take a look at. If he loses, Sumi, well, look, he is in the same position, facing numerous court cases, hundreds of millions in civil penalties. And even though his legal team has been successful in kind of delaying a lot of those cases and getting them through
through the different court system, it would still be something he would have to face in all likelihood. So a lot personally at stake for Donald Trump is important to remember as well.
Yeah, Netta, indeed, that's a really important point there. And just before we let you go, when are we expecting to see Donald Trump there tonight? Do we have a sense of when he's heading over, what he has been doing until now?
Yeah, well, he has been at Mar-a-Lago this evening. He's been with his family, close friends, the likes of Elon Musk, his biggest donor, the world's richest man. I actually spoke with Steve Witkoff, Sumi, who was one of his closest friends, who was there every day at the Trump trial, who was there actually during that second assassination attempt on his life when he was golfing. And Steve Witkoff says that they have a real feeling that they are going to win decisively tonight, that there is excitement in Donald Trump's team tonight. We do expect Donald Trump to come and speak here. There's some colleagues outside the convention center saying they're already seeing some motorcades, some activity, but nothing confirmed yet. But as soon as Donald Trump does arrive here, and if he does speak to the crowd, of course, we will let you know.
All right, Netta, thank you so much. Great to catch up with you tonight at Trump campaign headquarters there in Florida.
Thanks. Now let's talk about what is going on. We've been joined on our panel by Nicholas Stephanopoulos. He's a law professor at Harvard. Thanks for being with us. We've heard a lot in the days up to today, and indeed today itself, about the integrity of this election, and we have seen some issues along the way today. From what you've seen, from what you've been looking at, do things look secure at this point?
Yeah, they definitely do. So, we never want to be focusing on election law when there's an election. If we are focusing on election law, it usually means something has gone wrong. It usually means that results are very, very close in one or more states, and that there are plausible legal issues that might affect the result within those states. And I don't see any sign that those kinds of issues are occurring in this election. There have certainly been some snafus. So in Cambria County, Pennsylvania, there was an issue with some vote scanning machines that stopped voting for a while and led to voting hours being extended. Milwaukee had an issue with the processing of mail-in ballots. And so the city has to now recount about 30,000 mail-in ballots, which will push that recounting well into the night or even into tomorrow morning.
Do they recount those by hand, or do they use the machines again?
They're using the machine to do it all over again. There was a minor issue where the door to the machine wasn't properly sealed before the initial count took place. As I understand it, they've now properly sealed and closed the machine and are then proceeding with the recount. The most worrisome development, I think, was that bomb threats were apparently called in to polling places, numerous polling places in Georgia and in Pennsylvania. This may have been the work of Russian operatives, and so it's always disturbing to see any allegations of foreign interference in American elections. But in those affected locations, voting was just halted for a few minutes while they confirmed there was no bomb. And so it doesn't appear that any substantial number of people were prevented from voting. The vote counting might take a little bit longer in some of those locations, but again, nothing too drastic.
And Margaret, you wear your journalist hat most of the time. You're also in Syracuse University, though, in the institute there, where you were looking at democracy. What Nicholas is talking about there, and that foreign interference and those bomb threats, this had sort of been maybe not expected, but anticipated ahead of today.
I think we've been looking at a cycle where misinformation, deep fakes, all of those sort of intrusions into the election space by other countries, as well as by sort of bad behavior in the U.S., has been a real concern and has been happening. And it does two things. I think to some extent it has the potential to intimidate voters. If you heard that there was a bomb threat, would you want to stick around and figure out if it was real or not? Also, then you'd know there'd be a longer line, or you're like, I don't have time to do this. I got to pick up my kids. And so it has a deterrent effect to some extent. I mean, it's hard to know how much, and they're trying to take measures to make up for it. But the other is that in the misinformation space, it just has an effect of essentially, because it makes voters or Americans in general less able to know whether anything they're trusting is real, then it also makes people not distinguish between what is real and what is just a conspiracy theory or junk. It's chum in the water, it muddies the water. So these are both really increasing concerns. And we saw the Justice Department take down 32 domains off of the internet. We saw the U.S. Justice Department investigating the fact that that Russian-backed operations, media operations, were manipulating and using U.S. sources to spread information. So the Russians have had their hooks in this election cycle. To what extent it's mattered, to what extent it will shape the outcome of the vote, I think we may not know that right away. We know there's been an impact.
You're right, Emma. It's that bigger picture, right? I mean, to what extent America's adversaries want to cause a sense that democracy writ large, whether it's in the United States or in other countries, doesn't work very well, is chaotic, that you can't quite trust it as a system. And this is a pretty effective way of doing that. It's how unbelievably easy is it? You don't even need to plant a bomb and commit an act of terrorism. All you need to do is make a phone call, which costs people that want to do the system damage nothing, and presumably is something that you can then have a copycat. Somebody could start doing it in other states as well. I mean, I think it achieves exactly the aims that a country like Russia or China might want to achieve when they're in this kind of sense of power play of which is the system in the world that works better. Is it a democratic system? Is it a more authoritarian system? You want to try and cause chaos and show that the democratic system doesn't work.
Yeah. Just to bring one piece of news there, our CBS partners are now telling us they've given a race rating for North Carolina. Our CBS News partners, this is not a projection, but they're giving a race rating for North Carolina of leans Trump. Now, they gave a race rating for Georgia a little while ago, also of leans Trump. And just to point out that these are not projections, they're not results, it's just their assessment of how things are looking based on how many of the votes have already been counted and the trends that they're seeing. What do you make of that, Margaret?
What I make of it is that this is going to come down to the blue wall, most likely, right?
Said that yesterday.
It might not, but that's where it's all tracking. Yeah.
Let's hold that thought just for a moment, because I think we can go zoom in on those swing states that we're all following with Christian, who's at the wall.
Yeah, I've taken you back to our initial calculator. We don't have all these results in yet, but nothing has changed on the map so far. I just want to show you the scenario. If indeed Georgia is leaning Trump and North Carolina is leaning Trump, you can see how that changes our numbers up here. And if he was to win Pennsylvania, he gets home to 270. But we've a long way to go up here in the Midwest. Let's focus on Arizona, because we've not been down here to Arizona much tonight, and they are counting vote, 50% of the vote in, you can see so far. And this really is part of the changing map of the United States, really, because you've got huge population growth in this Maricopa County here. This is 60% of the vote statewide now in Arizona. It's upwardly mobile. You've got younger people coming in. Intel has a base here in Maricopa County. There's Arizona State University up here in Tempe. And this was the one of the 10 counties among our 7 battleground states that flipped for Joe Biden in 2020. And of course, Donald Trump lost it on that occasion by just 10,000 votes. So we're keeping a wary eye on Maricopa County, where Harris is just in the lead at the moment. And down here, which is another Democratic area where they have to run up the vote. This is Tucson, Arizona, the University of Arizona down here. In terms of the debate in a state like this, abortion on the ballot tonight, so that is part of the debate. The border, of course, this is one of the more active borders, active parts of the southern border, and also the economy here, because over the last couple of years, inflation at certain points has been running above the national average. So all that feeds into the vote. Just in terms of the vote, 20% of it is mail-in ballot that is dropped off, or was in 2020, dropped off in ballot boxes on the day, and that is the vote that is counted last. So although we've got 50% of the vote in right now statewide, just go back here, 50% of it statewide, there will be quite a delay in counting that mail-in ballot that came in last.
All right. Thank you so much, Christian. Really interesting to take a closer look at Arizona. We can go right there now. Oh, we have Camilo Montoya Galvez, who's a CBS correspondent who focuses on immigration there for us. Camilo, first of all, just give us a sense of how things are going right now in Arizona. What can you tell us?
Hello, yes, this is the only real battleground state along the U.S.-Mexico border, and immigration has consistently polled as one of the top-ranking issues of concern among American voters, especially Republicans and independents, because of the high levels of illegal crossings along that U.S.-Mexico border in recent years. And we have been talking to residents here along the border, along the Arizona-Mexico border, and they say they are frustrated with the very unprecedented levels of migration, unlawful migration, I should add, that they have seen over the past years. And they believe that there has been very significant federal inaction on this issue on the part of the Biden administration in recent years. And they tend to trust former President Trump on the issue of immigration, including some moderate Democrats. But there are obviously border residents who feel that Trump's immigration policies were inhumane and draconian. But I should also add that the situation on the other side of the border in Mexico is dramatically different. The views at least are. We spoke to many migrants who are desperately awaiting the result of the election because really their lives and their fortunes could be dictated by whoever wins the election. Former President Donald Trump has vowed to seal the border altogether and to terminate Biden administration programs that allow these people to come into the country legally. He has also promised to launch the largest deportation operation in American history. Vice President Harris has vowed to continue current policies that limit asylum, but she has also said that she will expand legal immigration programs. So there are starkly different visions on this issue of immigration, and it is a top issue here in Arizona. There's actually a proposition, a ballot measure up for a vote that would allow state and local officials to arrest, jail, and prosecute suspected migrants. That currently is a federal crime, crossing into the U.S. illegally. But that proposition, if passed, and it is on track to pass right now in Arizona, would make it into a state crime.
All right, Camilo, great to get that update for you from Arizona. Thank you very much. As we said, immigration, one of the biggest issues playing in this election campaign. And just a note from our Ione Wells, who's been in Michigan all night and all week speaking to voters. She's at a watch party in Detroit, and she's been saying that a couple of Democrat donors and strategists there are feeling very, quote, very pessimistic. They're saying that privately. They're feeling very pessimistic. And, you know, Ione making the point, this could, of course, be expectation management at this point in the evening. But there are real concerns about the fact that the Senate race, which we haven't talked a whole lot about, but again, the way that both houses of Congress land tonight is also going to be very, very critical for whoever is the next president. There is a key Senate race there that is neck and neck at the moment, and that is making some of those Democrat strategists there in Michigan, where Ione Wells is our correspondent, feeling very pessimistic, as she has said to us.
Okay, well, let's stick with Arizona matters now. We can go over to Phoenix to speak to the mayor of Phoenix, Kate Gallego. Thanks for being with us again on BBC News. Lovely to talk to you. What is your sense of what's going on in Arizona? You're a keen watcher of all kinds of elections there.
Absolutely. It's been an exciting day for me. I was just reelected as Phoenix mayor.
Congratulations to you.
Some of our races will be too close to call for a while, and I think the presidential will be in it, that range. Looks like we will send a Democrat to the U.S. Senate. The abortion measure is passing by a wide margin. So, but on the presidential, we'll just ask for everyone's patience.
Mayor, we were speaking a little earlier about the potential for split voting this time around, that perhaps some people will have voted for that abortion ballot measure that you mentioned there, and perhaps for the Senate candidate, Ruben Gallego, as well, but may also vote for Donald Trump alongside that. Are you seeing any evidence of that?
Arizona voters are notoriously independent. We do see also a lot of registered independents. So in my city, the largest group of voters is actually people who have not joined a political party, are independents. That is why Arizona is so purple right now. And so we see people who have very complex philosophies that they brought with them to the ballot.
We're just seeing as we speak to you the current results on the side of our screen, just over 51% of ballots counted there. And there is, let me have a quick look there, 0.1% difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. What have been the major issues in Arizona that you think voters will have been deciding on, given their independence, as you've mentioned there?
Today at the polls, I saw a lot of people who brought their children, particularly their daughters, and said they were voting for their daughter's future. For many of them, that meant reproductive health care, but for others, who is the candidate who will invest in a great school system or who will fight climate change? Cost of living has been a challenge for us. Phoenix, for many years, was the fastest growing city, and our housing supply didn't keep up with the incredible demand to live in the community. And then a variety of safety issues and border issues came up as well.
Okay, Mayor of Phoenix, newly re-elected Kate Gallego, thanks indeed for joining us on BBC News.
Okay, we've been zooming in on Arizona there. Let's go back to another key battleground state, North Carolina. Helena Humphrey has been there for us all night. We know it's been neck and neck in North Carolina for weeks and weeks, and we've been watching the state very closely. You can see on the side of your screen here the numbers that we have so far, with about 87.4% of the vote counted. Helena, how are people at that watch party, or Republican watch party where you are, feeling at this point of the race?
I think they're feeling pretty optimistic. Over the past half an hour or so, we've started to hear sporadic clapping and cheers and so on. People here in the room having a good time, having a few drinks, but certainly, of course, they've been watching those counties very closely. And what they have been saying, as you just mentioned there, with 87 or over 87% of the vote counted there, they are seeing that Donald Trump is on 50.8% of expected votes. We are stressing Kamala Harris on 48.1%. You know, I've just been crunching the numbers in a rather rudimentary fashion compared to 2020. But what we're seeing is it could be that Donald Trump is gaining about 134,000 votes over Kamala Harris. Now, were that the case, just to give you the context from 2020, you'll remember it was very close. It was the closest race in any swing state. There we were seeing a difference of 74,000 votes. And certainly when we were taking a look in some of those bellwether counties, Nash County was one that I was really watching, because for the past 3 presidential election cycles, it has predicted the winner. It is currently leaning towards Donald Trump at this stage as well. So certainly some optimism here. One woman even saying to me that she was feeling encouraged by these results, that were California to go for Donald Trump, people would be rolling down a hill and swimming across a lake tomorrow morning. Of course, that was a joke, but what I'm pointing to is the optimism at least being expressed here. But this state really was seen and is being seen as a toss-up. For Donald Trump, though, it's really key. He's been campaigning hard here for the past 5 days. He's held 5 rallies in this state. We know that Kamala Harris was going to hold a rally here in the city of Raleigh. She then ended up opting to end her campaign, as we know, in Pennsylvania. But in terms of what it means for the Harris campaign, were she to lose one of the blue wall states, well, it will be then 16 electoral college votes in North Carolina that she would have been looking to have in order to plug that hole and smooth that pathway forward. Of course, we don't know right now, but the sense is, and according to CBS News, is that right now North Carolina leaning towards the Republicans.
Okay, Helena, thank you very much for that. Well, we are approaching another key moment now, and we can bring you a projection, I believe, over to Fumi.
That's right. We're just moments away, really. We've been watching these polls closing all evening, bringing you different projections and results that they've been coming into us. We're looking closely at those swing states, as we know, but some of the reliably Democrat and Republican states have been coming into us. And one of those we can bring you right now, the state of Washington, projected for Kamala Harris with its 12 electoral votes. Washington State, the Northwest, is a West Coast state that's heavily Democratic. And this has gone to Kamala Harris with its 12 electoral votes. So that was an expected one for Kamala Harris. But as they're trying to add their numbers to the tally here, that's important for Kamala Harris's campaign here. So here we have Kamala Harris at 165, Donald Trump at 211. As we've said all night, we're going to keep bringing you results, and we're going to see those numbers get closer and closer together. So right now, this is where we stand. But let's go to Christian Fraser, because he's going to give us a bit of an update on the swing states. What more information do you have for us at this point, Christian?
Yeah, I've got all the 7 states and I've broken them up for you. So Georgia and North Carolina, of course, the southern states, which count much quicker than the Midwest states, these 3 here, with around 90% of the vote counted so far. And as our correspondents in the field have been telling you, the paths for Kamala Harris in these 2 states are starting to narrow the closer this gets to a full count. So they're not declared yet, but these 2 starting to lean towards Donald Trump. And just add some caution with the Midwest states, because back in 2020, we did see the Republicans jump out into the lead in the early part because the on-the-day ballot is counted quicker. Remember, there are big suburban areas like Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Milwaukee, which will take longer to count. And the mail-in ballot will be counted. Some of that mail-in ballot will be counted after the on-the-day ballot. So you might see Democrat totals start to rise as that vote count continues. And then out west, Arizona, only 50% of it in. Remember that around 20% of the vote in 2020 was mail-in ballot that was dropped off in ballot boxes, in drop boxes in Arizona on the day of the ballot, and that will be counted last. So again, we'll be waiting there, and we're always waiting in Nevada. It's largely a mail-in ballot in Nevada, but if they receive ballots 3 or 4 days after voting day and they are postmarked on the day of voting, then they will be counted. So it always takes longer in Nevada. But that's the state of the race at the moment. You can see there's a lot of red on the board.
Right, Christian, thank you so much. A lot of red on the board indeed, but again, we're waiting for more of those votes to come in. Let's go back to the critical swing state of Michigan now, where Ione Wells is standing by for us. And Ione, we were just talking about some of your reporting there. You've been speaking to Democrat strategists who are saying, they're telling you privately that they're feeling pessimistic at this point.
That's right. I spent a bit of time just on the floor of this watch party in Detroit, and certainly the mood has kind of changed in the last hour or so. I've spoken to some strategists, past and present, some party donors as well, who started the evening pretty positive, but increasingly are telling me privately that they feel pessimistic. One told me just now as well that it's not looking great, it's not over, but it's not great. And I think that is a message that a lot of people in this room are feeling right now. One thing that has made those nerves grow among the Democratic camp here is that the Senate race as well in Michigan, Alyssa Slotkin, who is the Democratic candidate for the Senate, she's here tonight, is looking neck and neck with more than a quarter of the votes counted. Now, of course, there are still lots of votes to be counted, so everything could still change. But I think it's the closeness of both that Senate race, but also how the state is looking as a whole, that is causing a lot of nerves in the Democrat camp here.
All right, Ione Wells for us there. Thank you so much. And we have Democrat Congressman Eric Swalwell with us now. Congressman, great to see you. And I want to get right to it because we're seeing those numbers narrow a bit for the Harris campaign in Georgia and North Carolina. A lot of red across the board right now. How are you feeling?
Well, we've not lost a state yet that we won in 2020. So, it's tight. In 2020, we went late into the evening and voter intensity is high, and you're going to see a red mirage, you're going to see a blue mirage. I just encourage people, don't freak out. We worked hard here. We had a candidate who got into this race just under 100 days ago and was pitch perfect in her delivery and execution. So a long night ahead for us.
I should ask you, there in California, there are some very important House races as well for Democrats and Republicans. Can you give us a sense of how things look so far?
They're tight. We're tight everywhere. And in those, 4 to 5 House races, they're all too close to call right now. And look, the goal is for Kamala Harris, to be the next president. But, we do have a backstop insurance policy, which is to win the House and to really fence in Donald Trump and his worst instincts if we have to. And so we can do that with 3 to 4 seats in California. We've already won a seat in New York. And so we're on our way.
Okay, and one more question before we let you go, Congressman. We mentioned the fact that, our correspondent has been talking to some strategists in Michigan who are a bit nervous or feeling a bit pessimistic at this point. Where do you think Kamala Harris still has a very good chance? Where do you think that she's really gotten turnout to drive up in areas around big cities?
Yeah, it's Philadelphia. It's also, Detroit. It's Macomb County to see if she can flip that county, which Donald Trump narrowly won in 2020. Obviously, it's Milwaukee in Wisconsin. And look, Wisconsin comes through. Ben Wickler, the state party chair, he knows how to organize. I just talked to him. He told me this is exactly what they expected as far as how the night would go, and they expect a narrow win. So, buckle up, get the popcorn out, find an espresso, and, hold on tight. It's going to be a wild ride.
Yeah, we're working on the espresso here in the studio. All right, Congressman, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Appreciate it. All right, so, Katty, I want to pick that up with you because we're hearing not the espresso.
Yeah,
I wish I could.
Yes to espresso.
I know. Well, we're hearing some Democrats are feeling pretty nervous right now, but Eric Swalwell
Every single Democrat in my feed, whether I'm on WhatsApp or whether I'm on iMessage, I'm not getting a single Democrat that's feeling confident.
So is this
and that's changed it's got more pronounced in the last hour or so. Compared to the beginning of the night where I was hearing very positive things.
Is this where the Democrats were in 2020 at this point?
So I'm trying to remember the course of that night, and I think it is about, that's what I am thinking. So
you're smiling and nodding.
Listen, I'm a proud Democrat, but I was independent most of my life.
Yeah.
Democrats are professional bedwetters. They get nervous. And the reality of it is that we talked about the red mirage. We're seeing it.
Right.
They kept polls open in places like Cambria County in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Well, that's...
But they were closed for 2 hours.
Yes, but 95% of the votes in Pennsylvania are in from the rural counties. It is the urban centers, the Philadelphia suburbs that are not in. Only 50% of their votes are in. So I'd much rather be a Democrat in Pennsylvania right now.
Then the question is Michigan and Wisconsin, right? Because at the moment it's looking like her only path. I think at the beginning of the night, there were people on the Harris campaign who were suggesting that actually she was going to win more of these 7 battleground states than the polls had suggested. But now I think everyone on the Harris campaign is thinking we have to hold on to that blue wall.
Right.
And even that is looking shaky. It's not just the fact that they're waiting for the votes to come in. There are other telltale signs. The fact that they are as close as they are in Virginia, which nobody expected them to be, is not a great sign for Democratic enthusiasm and turnout. And I've got people who study particularly demographic groups saying, look, it looks like men turned out for Donald Trump in the way that the campaign had hoped that they would.
Well, and let's look at those Pennsylvania counties that you mentioned where 95% of the vote in. There's 23 counties that 95% of the vote is already in. Trump needs to do 1.2 points better in those counties to win based on 2020. He's currently doing 2.5 points better in those counties. So it looks really good. If you look at the campaigns, you see Kamala Harris's campaign has stopped putting out commentary to the press. You see the Speaker of the House flying to Florida for a celebration with Trump. Again, there's more to come in here. But when you see Trump winning Georgia, North Carolina by all indications, and the numbers look really good in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, I would rather be Donald Trump right now than Kamala Harris.
Well, just to say, we have some word from within the Kamala Harris campaign. Her campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, of course, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff, she sent out a note to all the campaign staff kind of saying, hang in there, basically is the gist of it. Saying in Pennsylvania, we overperformed turnout expectations there. In Michigan, we're awaiting a significant number of votes to come in, but we've seen strong turnout there. Mentioning particularly the early vote and the election day, which we're still waiting on those counts as well. And then, in Wisconsin, still a lot of votes waiting in Milwaukee, of course, the urban center, which they would be hoping for. And they're saying it's going to be the early morning hours before things come into focus.
Yeah,
that could well be the case.
And that's what I think too. But I would say that you're right on rural counties where Donald Trump was performed better than he did 4 years ago. But in other counties, the blue counties, Lackawanna County specifically, she's higher than where Hillary Clinton was. So it's going to be neck and neck. And there's just more of a vote. They've had historic turnout in the Philadelphia and Philadelphia suburbs, which is literally the population center. And it's not gone in. So I hear you. But when you're talking about 200,000 votes right now, and there's still hundreds and hundreds of thousands from that area, that's going to go 70% probably her way.
I mean, we've been talking all evening of these 3 blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, as if they were one block. There is precedent, 1988, for only time since 1980, that one of them, Wisconsin, split away. And I wonder whether, I mean, Jake, what do you think? Do you think we're in a situation this year where we could see one of the blue walls split, even if Democrats held on to Pennsylvania, could you see one of the others splitting away?
Certainly, yes. I definitely think we're in that atmosphere. And the only person who has kind of broken those numbers has been Donald Trump in 2016. If you get back to the fundamentals of this race, there's only been one vice president of the United States to immediately succeed their boss in the last 90 years in American history. And it was George H.W. Bush. And Ronald Reagan had an over 60% approval rating at the time. Al Gore, we know what happened to him in 2000. Bill Clinton, over a 60% approval rating when he was running for president. And here you have 2/3 of Americans saying we're on the wrong track, and you have Joe Biden with approval ratings in the high 30s or low 40s. So the headwinds against Kamala Harris are immense, not to mention the issues that we've talked about of economy and immigration.
Okay. Well, we have a major projection to bring for you now, one we've been waiting on for quite some time. Sumi.
Yeah, that's right. We have been looking so closely at these swing states all night. We haven't been able until this point to bring you any of those projections, but we do now have the state of North Carolina coming into us, a projection that we can make at this hour. Here we go. North Carolina projected for Donald Trump. North Carolina with its 16 electoral votes going to Donald Trump. This is a key win. He and his campaign spent a lot of time in North Carolina, even in that last week ahead of the election, campaigning here. This is a state that he won in 2020. He won in 2016. The last time that it went to a Democrat was 2008, but still the Democrats were feeling good about the possibility of this being a competitive race. Well, it was competitive, but until now, we can now say that North Carolina has been projected for Donald Trump with those 16 electoral votes. Let's see where this takes us on the counter here. All right, so that puts Donald Trump up to 227. Kamala Harris over there still at 165. So he is, as you can see, edging closer to that 270 needed to win. So North Carolina going for Donald Trump, an absolutely huge moment of this evening, the first of those 7 key swing states we've been watching all night long with you, going now to Donald Trump. Let's go right to Christian and see what he can tell us about North Carolina and how Donald Trump and his campaign managed to rack up a victory here in North Carolina.
Well, I started by telling you, Sumi, at the beginning of the night that this was a very simple game of mathematics. What Donald Trump had to do was improve his performance in these smaller, rural, conservative counties all across the map. And that effectively is what he's done. As your guest in the studio has just been telling you, he's 1-2% better in counties like this, right across the top of the map, in Surrey, in Stokes. Look at these margins. They're big margins. Not big vote count, but when you put it all together, it outmatches what she is doing in the Research Triangle area, in Durham, in Orange County. She wasn't doing any worse here than Joe Biden, but she was performing a little worse in each of these rural counties. And the other thing we were looking at is out in the west part of the state. This is where Hurricane Helene had such an effect a couple of months ago. Now we're seeing that actually turnout really did hold up for Donald Trump in these counties. And so he got out the vote, the provisions that were put in place in the western part of the state. And I would think he feels vindicated because in the last 3 days of the campaign, he campaigned here in North Carolina every single day, and he got out his vote. And when you look now at what the situation looks like across the battleground states, for the first time, it is red right across the board in all 7 battleground states. And that will make Democrats very uncomfortable indeed. As I said a little earlier, you have to be a little careful with this because we saw in 2020 the red mirage in the Northwest, in the blue wall states. And then as the mail-in vote was counted, as the urban, suburban vote was counted, and remember, there's a lot of it, it takes a long time to count, then the blue vote started to go up. But at the moment, this is a pretty bleak picture for the Democrats.
Indeed, Christian. All right. Thank you so much.
Well, let's go over to the, where are we going? We're going
Sarah
to the
Smith.
Kamala Harris watch party to our North America editor, Sarah Smith. No, we don't have Sarah. Patrick, I'll just put that point to you. Christian finished up there, looking like a grim night for Kamala Harris.
No,
No, resolute.
Clear answer. Listen, I'm not drinking Kool-Aid. I'm not. This is just water. We have not.
There's no liquor in the studio.
I know that like Patrick Murphy, you think it's something different, but I am telling you, it is patience. And I said this earlier, and we agreed on this. That I said it's all coming down to the blue wall. It's not 7 swing states. It's the 3 in the blue wall. Period.
Okay, well, let's just talk about North Carolina at the moment, because that is the one that we have projected there. What's interesting to me as well is Christian pointing out those Western counties held up for Donald Trump, and so much of those Western counties voted by mail this time round because of the damage, which just shows the Republicans have really worked hard, Jake, on that mail-in ballot game as such, which they have been so poor at.
It was a fundamental change that had to take place. Trump's rhetoric around mail-in voting, specifically 4 years ago, was awful. I think it was responsible for costing us a Senate seat in Georgia, but he's changed that. He's turned that around, and it's making an enormous difference. Getting people to the ballots early for early voting. Republicans have done well with that in years past, but mail-in voting, we've always failed. And so even if you're losing going into election day, you feel pretty good about it as long as the margin is slim enough.
Yeah, and I think it was really smart. My parents both vote. They're 78 years old, each of them. And they vote mail-in, right? And even
Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania. And I just think that, we got to make it easier. And by the way, not just the vote, but to count the votes. Like in Pennsylvania, we can't count these mail-in votes until polls close. We should have this. We should be home by midnight, but it is what it is.
Well,
and that's only the state
legislature. That would be no fun. There'd be no theater, no drama in that whatsoever.
Okay, hold on a second, because let's go right to North Carolina. Helena Humphrey has been there all night at this Republican watch party. Helena, I imagine that there's a lot of cheers going around there.
That's right, Sumi. About 3 minutes ago, a cheer went out for people who are still here. A lot of people were really in a buoyant mood, even about half an hour ago, as they started to see the map looking redder and redder and redder. Just to give you a brief look at those expected tallies that we've got right now, 48% for Kamala Harris, Donald Trump taking 50.8%. Just doing that kind of quick sketch out maths, we're seeing a difference there of about 2.8%. The reason I point that out is because in 2020, we were seeing a difference of 1.3%. So that would suggest Donald Trump and his campaign gaining ground here. You were just mentioning the devastation there from Hurricane Helene. We saw it ourselves in the western part of this state. 25 counties there were impacted, these rural counties that tend to be red as it was. But the question is, would we see the response from the Biden administration impact how people felt? And certainly we saw a strong ground gain from the Republicans up in the Blue Ridge Mountains. When we were speaking to people, volunteers and so on, they were saying for people that were really hard hit by this, who've lost their homes, who can't get down from the mountain, they had Republican volunteers in that area bringing people down to polling stations, even temporary polling stations, tents and so on. So perhaps we could be seeing some of the fruit there from that strong ground game from the Republicans. But of course, just to give you, some more context into the importance of North Carolina, of course, of all those Sun Belt states, it is significant when you have 16 electoral college votes here up for grabs for Kamala Harris. If she is to see any kind of hole in her blue wall, it's then that she pivots to the Sun Belt strategy to try and pick up some votes there. And for Donald Trump, of course, this is a must-win state. And so therefore, I think he will be feeling reassured. His campaign will be feeling reassured, knowing that that path to the presidency isn't quite as shaky as it could have looked without North Carolina. But certainly what we're seeing is that it seems that all those rallies, all that footfall from the Trump campaign in North Carolina, especially in the past 5 days, appears to have paid off.
Okay, Helena, in North Carolina, thank you for that. And just to bring you a projection for a Senate seat that we've been watching here in Ohio, Bernie Moreno there, the Republican candidate, has picked up that Senate seat from the sitting Democrat Sherrod Brown. So that's a gain for the Republicans in the Senate. Of course, we've been watching that in terms of the balance of power and who'll have control of those houses. Now, we have another projection to bring to you. Sumi?
That's right. I'm here at the wall because we can now bring you another projection, and we're going to take you to the state of Nebraska. Now, Nebraska is one of these states where it awards some of its electoral votes by whoever wins the most votes in the state and some by the congressional districts. And right now we have Nebraska projected for Donald Trump, those 3 electoral votes of the 5. We are, of course, able to project those right now for Donald Trump. We should say that, Nebraska is a conservative, reliably Republican state. So where does this bring Donald Trump to 230? He is inching closer, closer, and closer. He is at 230. Remember, that number he needs is 270. So he is about exactly 40 votes away to get to 270. And Kamala Harris is at 165. So you can see that path is getting a little bit easier for Donald Trump, as we've seen North Carolina called for him and the electoral votes that he is building on his path to 270. All right. Well, you mentioned that some at Kamala Harris's headquarters are feeling a little bit anxious. Let's go to Sarah Smith, our North America editor, who is there now. Sarah, as we've seen North Carolina called, what have the reactions been there?
There was absolute silence when North Carolina was called. You can hear probably behind me now that the music is quite loud. The DJ is pumping it up and up. The more the anxiety builds here, so does the music get louder and louder. But I have to say, nobody's dancing, nobody's celebrating here in any way at all. They stood silently, rather aghast at that call from North Carolina. And reassurances are coming out from the Harris campaign, telling people not to panic, that it is still early, that they always said this race would go to the early hours of the morning, if not into the coming days. But it's very difficult to quell people's trepidation here at the moment as they see the path to the White House narrowing, that Harris is not ahead in the states that she would need to win to do that. And really, no matter how hard they try and boost the atmosphere here, either with reassurances or with the tunes, that you get the odd cheer when that'll be one of the House or Senate seats that the Democrats have kept. That's the odd little bit of good news that keeps the Democrats going. But as they're watching that road to the White House, they are getting more and more worried.
Indeed. All right, Sarah, thank you so much for that update from Kamala Harris's campaign headquarters right here in Washington, D.C. And we can now go back to Georgia. Joshua McCoon is standing by for us there. He's the chairman of the Republican Party. Very good to have you with us tonight on BBC News. We haven't made here a projection for Georgia just yet, but how are things looking there, and how is the Republican Party feeling at this point in the evening?
We're very confident that President Trump has won Georgia. We've seen enough here. There's about 5.2 million votes statewide. Over 5 million have been reported. President Trump has a 135,000 vote majority. It's really just math. I don't know what different decision desks are looking at, but it's very clear to us here that he's done what he needs to do to win. I think he'll win on a 2.5 to 3% majority. And we're very excited. We believe President Trump's intending to get the 270 electoral votes tonight. I think once you put Georgia in his column, then it's just a matter of, as you were talking about earlier, one of the 3 blue wall states moving in his direction. It looks like he has several pathways to get there, and we believe he's going to do it.
Okay, so what do you think has worked then, or for Donald Trump in Georgia to this point? If you're feeling confident that he's won the state at this point where the numbers are, what was the message you think that really has worked?
Well, I think a couple of things. Certainly his message on the economy resonated with a lot of our folks that are living paycheck to paycheck in the state. The campaign's focus on low propensity voters. We know about 20% of the folks that voted in this election, almost 1 million Georgians, did not vote in 2020. And we know how well President Trump does with those low propensity, less engaged voters. I also think a key turning point in this race was President Trump coming to Georgia in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Helene. It was a great opportunity to show him together with our Governor Brian Kemp, working for the people of Georgia, while the response from FEMA and Vice President Harris sort of lagged behind. I think all of those things, and of course the message on immigration, Laken Riley, the tragic case here in Georgia of a young female University of Georgia student murdered by an illegal alien. All of those things, I think, came together to put together his impressive victory here tonight.
And just give us a sense of, we had heard about some concerns about voting. There were bomb threats in DeKalb County. I mean, has at this point everything gone smoothly enough for you to feel confident about the vote being completely counted?
Well, like I said, I'm not a math major. I'm a lawyer with a graduate degree from the University of Alabama. But even I can tell you, you have a 200,000 votes remaining, and you need to pick up 130,000 votes. It's just not going to happen. She could win 75% of the outstanding votes, and it still wouldn't be enough. So I think that's why Decision Desk HQ called the race over an hour ago. They did the same thing with North Carolina. I understand you just projected North Carolina a few minutes ago. I'm sure we'll get
since he's been in the race. Think about his biggest day one policy priority, mass deportations. He's talked again and again with very few specifics on how that would be implemented about deporting people who have come into this country illegally here. It's always been a big issue for him, dating back something like 8 years now, fourth on the exit poll list. But look what was up there at number 2, the economy. And remember, just because a candidate were to win on the top issue, which this year, based on the exit polls now, is state of democracy, doesn't mean they're going to win overall. And state of democracy is complicated as the top issue because Republicans and Democrats see it different ways.
Yeah, I think both sides think there's a threat to democracy for different reasons. Can we go over to Tom Yamas? He's been pacing over there by the Georgia map. Because it's interesting. I mean, we have the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, but who has certainly shown his independence, saying that Trump has an insurmountable lead. I believe you and Chuck have said there's still some vote out there. It's not over yet. What do you see?
I'm going to give you point counterpoint. First off, let's see where that remaining vote is so far. Again, the giant bubbles, that's where the vote still needs to be counted. It's all over the Atlanta metro region. This is where Democrats are going to run up the score. This is where their base is, where they've been able to expand. So I'm going to click on a county here like Cobb County. I'm going to bring it out to compare to Joe Biden in 2020. Remember, she wants to perform over or at where Biden is right now to kind of see where her watermarks are. I'm going to highlight this so you guys can see the numbers to follow. Remember, on the left-hand side, she wants to be at where he is or higher. So let's see where we're at here. Fulton County, 71-72, slightly under. We move over to Gwinnett, a little bit under, 73. She's overperforming in Rockdale County. We come to DeKalb here, a little bit under. We come over to Douglas County. She's overperforming. But here's the flip side of all this. Let's throw a dart to the east side of Georgia. Any county, I'm going to pick a random county. Look how Trump's overperforming, 68% to 71. Again, I'm going to just touch random counties here, 65, 69. These aren't big counties, but any county I touch, he's going, well, except for that one. Any other county, actually, no, he flipped it. Actually, this any county you come here in rural Georgia, he's flipping all these counties. And like Jen Psaki just said, it's math. Can they run up the score here? Is this what the Secretary of State is talking about, that the numbers are so high in the rural counties, Democrats won't catch them in the Atlanta metro region, but there's still a lot of vote out in this area. So that's one of the reasons why we can't call Georgia just yet. Let me go, election alert.
Okay, where you have polls closing at the top of the hour and the beginning of the morning. It'll be midnight in the East Coast, and we await the results from Hawaii. The polls close there in about 10 seconds from now. So we'll take a pause here so our other stations can join us or head to their local news.
And as we hit the midnight hour here in the East, the NBC News now making a projection of the state of Hawaii that Kamala Harris will win those 4 electoral votes in Hawaii. That's the only poll closing at the midnight hour here. The road to 270, Harris now with 189, Donald Trump still leading with 230 electoral votes.
All right, we've got quite a few battlegrounds still pending tonight. Pennsylvania, the biggest prize, 84% of the vote in. It is too close to call. In Wisconsin, same story. Here we go. 75% of the vote in, a difference of 87,000 votes. Michigan, too close to call at this hour as well. Midnight on the East Coast. 15 votes up for grabs. They're too close. Arizona, too early to call. Just been counting for about 3 hours now. Out west in Nevada, also too early to call. And in Minnesota, we have too close to call. Democrats still feeling very good about their prospects there, but the margins are not at a place where we are ready to call that. Georgia, too close to call at this hour, too. We just discussed that. So that might be a ray of light for Kamala Harris, or perhaps a very a narrowing of her path to victory. We should mention, Tom, we have called North Carolina. That was the first battleground to call, and it stays in the red column for Donald Trump.
Yeah, and I want to go through Pennsylvania now because we're starting to get more vote in Pennsylvania, and I want to focus on the east side of Pennsylvania here. This is 2024 right now. Look, a lot of the vote is still out, but let me show you 2020. You can see how much of this section was blue in 2020. Again, Biden won these counties. Now this is 2024. He's flipping counties like Monroe. Again, it's about a 200 vote difference there, so we can't really put too much in that, but he's ahead. Northampton County, remember, this is the one that has picked the president, or at least picked the winner of Pennsylvania, going back to the Kennedy years. This is Easton. This is a fast-growing area, suburbs. It used to be the people that used to work at Bethlehem Steel. It's now changing. Again, fast-growing suburbs in south central Pennsylvania. 52%, he's on top. Again, a reminder here, this is a county that Biden won in 2020. And this is new right now. This is Bucks County. 56% in. Still a lot of the vote is out. There's only about a 400 vote difference there. We're still waiting on 183,000 votes. So Republicans can't really draw too much out of this. But Democrats would rather these counties were all blue. Let's move a little further south around the collar counties of Philadelphia here. Montgomery County, this is where Governor Shapiro is from, 61%. Performing slightly under Joe Biden, but not too bad. Chester County, 58 to 54. That's a bigger gap there. Again, remember, Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania because he does better than Hillary Clinton in those suburbs around Philadelphia. And let's take a look at Philadelphia right now. Okay, 81 for Biden, 77 for Kamala Harris. There's still about 30% of the vote is out. But again, these aren't the trend lines that Democrats are going to want to see. Look, it could all change when that vote comes in. This is where we are right now. This is a snapshot in time. It could all change. Erie County is another swing county that we're watching. About 75% of the vote is in. She's overperforming Biden there. That's a good sign for her, especially in Western PA, where Democrats knew they were going to have some trouble because of the issue of fracking. And let's look at Allegheny County real quick. This is Pittsburgh. 94% of the vote is in, and she's about at the same mark where Biden is. That's where we stand right now, guys, in Pennsylvania.
How about Wisconsin? Can you do Door County? Because as you well know, fun fact alert, Door County has, do you like the fun fact alert? It's picked the president the last 6 elections.
Yeah, so right now, if that's what you're betting on, Door County is blue. Democrats are on top there. But look, guys, this is a very small number. Door County is not a big county, but it's one that all the political watchers look at because it usually picks the winner almost always of the statewide race in Wisconsin. Right now it's blue. That's a great sign for Democrats. I'm going to look at another one, like I mentioned, Sauk County. This is another one that usually picks the winner. Trump is on top here. Biden won it in 2020, so he's really overperforming, going from 48 to 52. But again, there's still about 30% of the vote that's out there. So we got to wait and see. The big ones we're watching in Wisconsin, as you know, Savannah, Dane County, University of Wisconsin here, the fastest growing area of the state. 75%. She's slightly underperforming there. Again, she has to turn out in these cities because, like the other battleground states, I should say, unlike the other battleground states, there are not large minority groups in Wisconsin. It's the widest of all the battleground states. And then Milwaukee, again, we're going to wait till late to get all the vote in Milwaukee. She's at 66%. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won Milwaukee, and he won the state of Wisconsin with 69%. She's going to have to turn up that vote and hope her voters show up. Guys?
Yeah. We got a lot of vote to count there, though, in Wisconsin.
You could call it the battle of the bellwethers, if that's what you're looking at here. I also think Bucks County, I will take my Bucks County native privilege as somebody who grew up there. It's an interesting one because you've got lower Bucks, central Bucks, upper Bucks, and it looks different in some of those
Starbucks?
areas. You also have
Sorry,
plenty of
it's
Starbucks.
after midnight. It happens.
Here it comes. I love it.
I know.
Get the M&Ms ready, too.
Yes.
But it looks different than like Montgomery County, Delaware County demographically here. And I was in touch with a good Republican source there who thinks that Donald Trump is going to do better. And we're seeing it, starting to see it in some of these numbers in Bucks than he did in 2020. That said, remember, this was a +4 county for Joe Biden back in 2020. It is represented by a Republican in Congress. So it's one of these places very, very swingy and a place that a lot of folks are watching. And I see you nodding your head, Jen.
Yeah, well, I did not grow up in Bucks County, but I've spent a lot of time thinking about Bucks County over the course of many years in politics. you know, looking at county, as Tom was going through it, one of the things that we're seeing over and over again is that she's underperforming where Biden was in 2020. It doesn't mean that's where Biden would have performed, where he's still the nominee, but it does, and that's not just in Pennsylvania, where you're seeing it in Wisconsin, you're seeing it in other places. One of the things as we've watched this results that I've been thinking about that Democrats will have to think about, depending on what happens here, is there's been a realignment of states Democrats focus on. And, you know, Georgia and North Carolina are in many ways like baby blue. And I mean that because they've only been blue for one cycle, right? So they've done that because of organizing on the ground, but they're not reliably blue. And the problem is Ohio and Florida are gone.
Well, in the case of North Carolina, it was baby blue in 2008 and not since.
It hasn't been since. So that's, I don't know what color it is. It's lavender. So yes, exactly. So I think one of the things that they will need to think about, regardless of the outcome, is where the states are that they're going to play. They would love to have Texas, of course. Texas didn't turn out for them to work out. Maybe it wouldn't for 8 years. But with states off the map, it's like, is it Georgia and North Carolina? Are there places they need to invest? That's one of the challenges too, I think.
Point, I'm getting an increasing number of texts from Democratic sources who are looking at these returns come in, the fact that she's not meeting her benchmarks in these various counties where she needs to, who are really starting to take that reflective tone of Democrats and thinking about the next election cycle need to think about how to better meet voters where they are. Again, we still have a lot of vote to come in. We still have to see what happens with the blue wall. But the fact that this is such a fight for them, the fact that this is a tied race, it's also taking a step back. Voters saying so far, at least, they like Trump.
Well, it's so interesting, too, because I remember in our earlier days in politics, after Republicans lost to Barack Obama, there was the famous autopsy commissioned by the head of the RNC that said and gave some tough love to Republicans saying, listen, this country is changing demographically. And if you don't get a piece of that pie, you're going nowhere. Well, how interesting that we actually are seeing tonight Donald Trump getting more of the Latino vote. We'll see if he, got a better share of the black vote. I don't think we've seen that in the exit polls yet, but you're starting to see that.
Yeah, that is true. And I also, though, will say it wasn't a policy campaign. Right? There weren't policy proposals that were dueling. To me, it seems much more cultural, what you're seeing.
Well, isn't that the note for Democrats?
That is a harder thing to grapple with. That's my point. It takes a lot of deep soul searching. We don't know what the outcome is going to be. But if you look again to the breakdown, college versus non-college educated, rural versus urban, those are big cultural issues that are beyond whether somebody has an 81-page economic plan or whatever their other plan is. And that's a different
I disagree
conversation.
with you a little bit, Jen, on that.
All right,
I do think
level of disagreement. Go ahead.
I do think there was policy, but it was more around the record. So, I mean, Donald Trump was running as the incumbent president without being the incumbent president. He was running on his record, primarily prior to COVID, and reminding people, whether it was on the immigration, the economy. I mean, I remember when I was on the 2020 campaign prior to the pandemic, I think we were down for a Democrat debate in Atlanta, and an African-American gentleman came up to me and looked around, said, I like your guy because everybody's got work and our paychecks are going up. Now, COVID scrambled everything. But I think a lot of people, especially in those communities that are moving over, they're doing it based off of, well, I remember whether it was the border was secure, the economy was better, prices were lower under Donald Trump. So it was an incumbent campaign without being the incumbent.
With the benefit of 4 years, and people do
that's
it.
right.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a revision. We don't have to argue about
No,
this now.
but
It's a bit of a revisionist. It is a revisionist. So to me, that still is a messaging cultural thing and not actually a policy debate.
Okay,
that's
I'll give you
what I
that
would
part of it.
lightly
Yeah.
dispute.
All right, well, Garrett Haake is at Trump Election Night headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. How's it going there, Garrett?
Lester, there's sort of a barely contained sense that the party is really going to get started here at any moment at this Trump election headquarters. Every time a new result is announced on screen behind me, there are huge cheers from a crowd that has been filing in here, drinking beer, wine, and cocktails for some time now and is ready to celebrate. And I'll just say, anecdotally, it is a younger crowd. It is a younger crowd than other election nights I've covered, other Republican events that I've covered. And I think it reflects something that we've seen in the exit polls, this so-called shift of the bro vote in particular towards Donald Trump, the young men who he has put so central in this campaign. You know, I think about the fact that just today when he was voting, he was asked by another reporter about what he thought one of the most important moments of this campaign was, and he mentioned Joe Rogan, the podcaster, and the fact that he did that podcast interview and then subsequently got Rogan's endorsement, which he made a big part of his closing remarks just last night. Feels like a week ago now. Trump is talking to a different segment of America and has created a different electorate for Republicans than has existed in any other Republican race that I've covered. It's reflected in this room. I think we're seeing it reflected in the states he's putting together, just as you guys were just discussing about kind of what states are in play, what the map is going to look like now, and potentially for cycles in the future.
All right, Garrett, thank you. I want to go over to Peter Alexander, your counterpart over at Kamala Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. So what is the mood there?
Well, you can hear the music blaring, but within the crowd right now, it's pretty silent. A lot of glum looks on the faces here over the course of this evening. They've been playing as the returns were coming in on one of the cable channels, and frankly, they weren't the returns that most of the people here in the room wanted. So you start hearing several dozen people start chanting, "Music, music." They muted the TV and blasted some music so they could sort of lift the spirits of some of the folks here this evening. I'll tell you, based on an attendee who was at one of the Harris events taking place at a hotel not far from here, the situation there, the scene was described as that of a funeral right now. Now, that doesn't mean this thing is over, but it does give you a sense of the way people are feeling right now. I was with Kamala Harris just yesterday as she was traveling through Pennsylvania at that late night event. Actually, it was just 24 hours ago. And she was with Lady Gaga, Ricky Martin, Oprah Winfrey, and she said to the tens of thousands gathered that momentum is on our side, but clearly there was a different message being communicated now in the form of that document that was obtained by NBC News. The statement sent by the campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, saying basically that we always knew this race was going to be tight, and increasingly it appears that they believe the blue wall states are their best path going forward at this time. That's what it seems to be the way this night is going to go for most folks here. It's not the end of the road. Jen O'Malley Dillon also saying we're going to keep at it tomorrow, but we wait to hear from Kamala Harris, of course, in the course of the next couple of hours. We'll let you know.
Jen, how important are notes like that? Not for our consumption, but for the consumption of the campaign.
Hugely important. I think people forget. I've been on winning presidential campaigns, and losing ones feels better when you win. Just to state the obvious. But
I agree.
you know, there we go. We can agree. But you know, this is a team that has been, many of them through a massive transition just 107 days ago, where many of them signed up to work for somebody slightly different. And Joe Biden, you know, it's been. They've been working 20 hours a day. They've been eating bad pizza, drinking bad beer, all of the things, and it's just to keep them rolling.
But at a
keep
moment
them
like
going.
this, but a moment like this, now we know earlier in the evening they were trying to keep them in line and all this, but now you're at a point where you have no control.
You don't, but you need to keep the campaign team's spirits up, because they're continuing to talk to voters and counsel people who may have questions, and they're still a part of this big team that's been working to elect Kamala Harris. They don't have control, but the end has not happened yet, and so they need to keep them all, their spirits up. That's the goal.
Now you say the end hasn't happened yet. I mean, do you still hold out hope that there's a path? I mean, a reasonable path?
Well, look, I think it becomes, as I said earlier, more and more challenging as more results come in, and you see that the blue wall looks like the primary possible path. And as you see her underperforming Biden in a number of these counties, that makes it more challenging. Now, there are still, if you talk to Democrats, which I have, they believe there are votes that are still coming in Philadelphia. There are still votes coming in cities. That's often how these nights go. So I'm a believer you got to wait until you know. That's what happens internally here as well. But yes, if you're on the campaign right now, you're feeling pretty down, because there are places you wanted to have in your win column to give you more space and breathing room, and you don't have them in this moment.
As we talk about this idea of the Democratic brand, Jen, and as you've been having this conversation here, I just want to throw out a data point to the table here, because there is a ballot initiative that has just passed in a state that enshrines a right to paid sick leave and a higher minimum wage, and it passed with 59% support. If I were to say that, maybe you'd say blue state, probably, right?
California, right?
Missouri, right? A state that we called almost right away for former President Trump here, which I think speaks to what you're getting at here, this idea of a realignment in this moment. You've talked about it. Chuck's talked about it. We've had that conversation here at the table.
I also think Hallie had the opportunity to interview Vice President Kamala Harris, and you asked her a fascinating question. Do you think the country is ready for a Black woman president? And she said yes. And depending on how this night goes, I think that will be one of the questions that gets asked.
This is
as well.
the piece that, and again, we don't know what the outcome is
Yes.
yet. But I think when Hillary Clinton lost, a lot of people felt like, a lot of women, a lot of Democrats felt like there's never going to be a woman in my lifetime, right? And I think one of the things that is going to be a challenge if Harris loses is that there will be Democrats who will not want to take a risk on a woman, on someone who's diverse, because they'll think, I like that person, but the country's not ready. Here's the thing. The country's not ready until the country is ready with Barack Obama.
Yeah.
There's a range of factors that lead to the win or loss of anyone, and we don't know what's happened yet, that will all have to be delved into, but I do worry about that if she loses.
We do know it is something that she leaned out of in her
Yes.
campaign, unlike Hillary Clinton in 2016. It was not something, she didn't open her stump speeches with that idea. I mean, she talks about it, and she talked about it with me. She's talked about it with all of you here too, that it would be the president for all Americans, and that she is sort of putting her head down and grinding it out.
But her if she loses, it won't be because women didn't turn out. It won't be because of women, right? It won't be because she pulled back a lot of the Democratic base that had gone away and were double haters, as we called them for a long time, before there was a switch at the top of the ticket. And that is actually how Barack Obama also ran and won, which he didn't lead with the historic nature of his candidacy on his sleeve. There will be a lot of people who second guess that if she loses.
But if she loses, it may also be because there are tremendous headwinds in terms of an unpopular incumbent and people feeling terrible about the economy. And even if inflation is down to 2%, sometimes the stuff you feel, your gas prices, your groceries, it doesn't feel that way. So that may also be the rationale.
That's exactly my point I was trying to make earlier, and you just did it in a more articulate way, which is that, there will be there are always leaps to conclusion in both parties when your candidate loses, or if they lose. And again, we don't know yet, but and people will leap to different ones, right? The country isn't ready for a woman. The country isn't ready for a black woman, all of these things. But there are a lot of factors that play into the win or loss. And I think if she loses, I'm hopeful people will look at the broad scope of where the country is, the cultural divides, the rural-urban divides.
The education divides.
The education divides. There are just a lot of factors at play in presidential races.
I'll give you something that may be positive for you going forward. Should this all end the way we were talking, that's a possibility. You still have a very young, good bench in Governor Shapiro, the governor of North Carolina, the Gretchen Whitmer, who could possibly bridge that gap. And as opposed to saddling them with the L, if they would have joined the ticket with the vice president, or if they had replaced the vice president and become the nominee with 100 and some days out in a very difficult situation, I think you would have been weaker as a party for it.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I think that if she loses and Donald Trump wins, there will be millions of people in this country who voted for her who will feel like we're in the state of an emergency. And I think that is how people will respond and feel. And they will be looking for hope, a resistance, an opposition. And there are a lot of people in the Democratic bench. You mentioned some of them were beef steaks. We all, lived through this summer. Some of them were not, who I would expect would all be out there on everybody's shows in the coming days.
Well, and that's what makes the timing, I think, of President Biden's decision to step down after the debate something that, if she does in fact lose, will be under a microscope, because of course there was so much discussion even over the summer about potentially having an open primary and having that fight play out within the Democratic Party. So I think it's one of the big questions moving forward.
And you mentioned debate. We haven't really talked about that. There was no second debate. And you have to wonder how that affected the trajectory of this race, because by most accounts, he didn't perform well in his first debate with Harris.
True. And I also think that it throws into question a lot of things. I mean, I think anybody who watched that debate objectively felt she outperformed him in that debate. If she doesn't win, yes, there should have been a second debate, but do debates matter? They should matter. They're the public being able to see the candidates. She has a far superior ground operation that has been invested in across the country. The Republican state parties, you can disagree with me here, of course, are falling apart in many states in the country. That will throw into question, does that matter? It should matter, but it will throw that into question. So yes, not a second debate, not an opportunity for people to see them person to person. The first one definitely benefited her, but if she doesn't win, it didn't benefit her enough to put her in the White House.
Well, we've got a lot to talk about. We're still waiting on a lot of numbers from the battleground states and the road to 270. We'll be right back after this break.
Bit of a bellwether. She's actually in front up there, so maybe there's some clues there. This was one of the other counties in Michigan which flipped in 2020. She's still ahead there, and I mean, there's no vote being counted there. That's a mix of sort of urban and rural, just as Kent County is over here. So yeah, there's a lot of anxiety and there's a lot of red on the map across Michigan, but obviously there's much more vote in the 9 counties we're looking at in this area where Joe Biden ran out the score in 2020 than there is in these red counties. So, you know, you just have to be a little bit cautious at the moment. We count the votes, see where we get to.
Well, we have changed over panel, got some fresh blood back into the studio here. Rodney Davis, former congressman, Republican congressman from Illinois. Stephanie Murphy, former Democratic congresswoman from Florida. And Margaret Talev is here with us as well, senior contributor to Axios and with Syracuse University as well. You guys have been crunching the numbers there, chatting to your party colleagues for the last while. Where do you think things are at now? Is it a bad day for Democrats? We've heard some people are leaving parties. What do you think, Stephanie?
Well, I think we see that the Senate has moved into Republican hands. I think the House is still in play. I mean, currently, and we don't have all the votes in, so that, with that caveat, we're a net +2. We picked up some in New York and one in Alabama. So, you know, the night's still long. There's still more to come in, and especially out of California, which were other seats that the House Dems were looking to pick up. So, of course, the White House is still
all to play for.
Waiting to see.
We've been looking just there a moment ago at some shots of the convention center in West Palm Beach there. The crowd is filling up, and Rodney's sitting here with a big grin on his face. So you seem to have a different view of things.
Not a different view. It's, I mean, I'll make a bold prediction right now.
Go for it.
I think I do believe Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States of America. Actually, there's a lot of confidence that he believes, that his team believes that they will sweep the blue wall. Now, let's say they lose one. Okay, you got 2 or 3. That's still a landslide. If that's the case, there's got to be a lot of self-reflection within the Democratic Party here in the United States of America, to where they're losing ground when it comes to the generic ballot of people identifying publicly as Republicans versus Democrats. That changes the demographic shift the Democrats thought they would have long-term in America. And as a matter of fact, the Latino vote that we're seeing in exit polls right now is a big reason why.
But hasn't Donald Trump actually changed the Republican Party a bit as well? I mean, he's changed some of the outlook on some of those long-held conservative policies, particularly around abortion.
Well, I mean, he's changed the Republican Party just like Ronald Reagan changed the Republican Party when I was growing up. Ronald Reagan's the reason I'm a Republican, because I grew up in that era. Don't call me Alex P. Keaton, though, you know, for all those who are Family Ties fans. But you similarly with the Democratic Party, you know, not too long ago, Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren were the far left progressives. Now they're kind of mainstream after the squad came along. And I don't see the Republican Party any different.
We're just looking at pictures in the screen there. You see what appears to be police moving ahead of a motorcade. We're expecting at some point Donald Trump and or J.D. Vance to be getting to that convention center. We'll check in when we know a bit more about who exactly is heading that way at the moment. But Margaret, to bring you in on this as well, I mean, what do you think of what Rodney just said there? I mean, if this were to hold up and that confidence in the Trump campaign to say we can win 2 out of 3, maybe all 3 blue wall states, that would be a catastrophic loss for the Democrats. Too early to say that, of course, but just to say that confident message from the Trump campaign.
Well, for sure. By the way, any loss is going to be a catastrophic loss for the Democrats if that's what happens. But yes, I think, I think that's right. I think the assumption up until tonight has been that this would be an extremely close race. That would make it a less than extremely close race. We already know the Republicans are going to take the Senate. Most people still think that Democrats are going to take the House, but it may not be by as big of a margin as some had hoped. And what we're seeing in some of these House races, if they are early indicators of the night for Donald Trump and the Republican Party, is part of what is causing so much angst among Democrats. And I'm not making any bold predictions because I don't do that. But I will say that the Democrats that I've heard from over the course of the last hour or so are somewhere between anxious and apoplectic. I'm not hearing from a lot of Democrats who are like, yeah, we got this. So I think there's a narrowing path. And with each narrowing of the path, little to no room for error for Vice President Harris. She's got some good news out of Nebraska with that one district. Those three places, the three big states are still in play. But again, to disagree with Robbie's point, shock him that I will do that. I think this is overwhelmingly all about inflation, and it is not about massive shifts of the population that thought they were Democratic and now they're part of the new Trump coalition. This is a backlash to inflation that is putting in, and with some voters, concerns about border security, but that is not the dominant issue here. This is inflation as a driving force.
Okay, we'll come back to that point, but we do want to, as we're expecting Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to be heading to that campaign headquarters in a moment, let's go right to our correspondent, Neda Tawfik, who has been there all night for us. Neda, I can imagine that, that optimism, that confidence is spreading there in the room.
Absolutely, Sumi. It is smiles all around. People are taking selfies. People have a little bit of a pep in their step, dancing to the music. At one point, there was a big crowd dancing to the YMCA song. And I went down and spoke with supporters, and I can tell you they are just absolutely glued to the results. Some women have a paper counting Donald Trump's electoral votes and also just the margin of victory as it progresses throughout the night. So people are very invested, and they clearly feel the momentum is on their side. And so people, when there is a result that is favorable to Donald Trump on the screen, they throughout the night have gotten more and more animated, cheering more loudly, showing more excitement. But what's really interesting is the fact that all of them do show a bit of caution. They say they want to wait until there is a final result. And some of them, Sumi, have raised some of the claims that Donald Trump has made in the past, unfounded claims, but claims of fraud in elections. And so many people have repeated that and saying they want to wait until there is a final result to really celebrate here. And clearly, it is going to take some time still for that.
Okay, Neda, thank you very much for that update from headquarters.
Now, of course, people are watching this election right around the world to see who's going to win and what it's going to mean for their country. And perhaps no one watching it as closely as those in Russia. And we can go to our Russia correspondent, Steve Rosenberg, who's in Sochi in Russia. Fabulous backdrop behind you there, Steve. It looks like Donald Trump is having a good night so far. And of course, many of the results still not in, so we don't know the definitive result at this point. But what would it mean for US-Russia relations, another term of Donald Trump?
Just to explain why behind me I've got mountains and snow and trees and not the Kremlin, it's because there's a big politics conference going on in Sochi this week, and President Putin is expected here tomorrow to make a keynote address and give his reaction, I think, to the result of the US election. In the run-up to this American election, Russian officials have gone out of their way to give the impression that it doesn't matter who wins, as far as the Kremlin is concerned, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Nothing's going to change, they say. But when you look at what Trump and Harris have been saying on the campaign trail about Russia, about Ukraine, I think it's pretty clear that what Donald Trump has been saying strikes a chord much more with Vladimir Putin with the Kremlin than what Kamala Harris has been saying. His criticism of the scale of US military assistance to Kiev, his unwillingness to blame Vladimir Putin for the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. At times, it seems he's been blaming Joe Biden or Vladimir Zelensky more than Vladimir Putin for that invasion. His avoidance in the presidential debate, when he was asked whether he wanted Ukraine to win the war against Russia, he got round the question, he skipped the question. So all of that will have struck a chord with the Kremlin. So I think as things stand at the moment, the Kremlin will be pretty pleased at how things are developing.
All right, Steve Rosenberg there, our Russia editor on the side of a mountain in Sochi. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, at this point, we do have another one of those race ratings for you. This is from our partners here in the U.S., CBS News. Their race rating for Wisconsin, the key Rust Belt state, is leaning for Trump. Now, again, this is not a projection. There's simply not enough information yet for Wisconsin to be projected, but at this point in the race, CBS News projecting a race, or making a race rating rather, as Wisconsin leaning for Trump. As soon as we get firmer numbers, of course, we'll bring them to you. But let's go to Harris headquarters, campaign headquarters here in Washington, D.C., where one of Kamala Harris' campaign's biggest surrogates, Lindy Lee, is standing by for us. Lindy, very good to see you. We've just been saying that CBS News it has this race rating, Wisconsin leaning for Trump. Of course, that's not a firm projection at this point in the race, but we've been talking about the fact that the Trump campaign feels pretty confident right at this point. How do you feel? How does the campaign feel?
Thank you so much for having me. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. People are getting increasingly anxious, and but there's still a pathway. I do want to remind folks that as long as she wins Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and because she already won Nebraska in the 2nd Congressional District, she could win the presidency. Yes, that is looking increasingly unlikely, but there's still a path, and I am holding on to that. But honestly, this is not the night that we wanted. I myself, I raised millions of dollars for the campaign, and there are a lot of donors here as well. We came in euphoric. We came in with high expectations, and once again, the polls are wrong, just like they were wrong in 2016 and 2020. Ultimately, the pollsters did not correct for that Trump that Trump polling error that keeps happening time and time again. And Dobbs, apparently, the removal of reproductive rights just wasn't a strong enough force.
They went for Biden by 23. That's a 33-point swing. How do you make sense of that?
Yeah, I think all of us are trying to make sense of that. Look, this is one exit poll, so I'm not prepared to draw complete conclusions from this. But I think it's safe to say, right, we've seen enough evidence that there was a significant There's this in this Trump era, the rural-urban divide, also around educational background. I think that's true in the Latino community too. If you notice, particularly in these places that are more small town and rural, he has picked up significant Latino support. I think we're seeing that in places like Pennsylvania. In addition to that, from what I could gather, the economic message really resonated. You have to remember, this is a working class community by and large, and all of those messages he stuck to about we have the greatest economy and, look how bad inflation is and so forth. I think that played well this year. I'll be interested to see whether there's a difference in Nevada and Arizona. Those are states where the Latino community is much more organized and has been by Democrats for longer than in places like Pennsylvania or some of the other battleground states.
We've got to make a call here, Secretary. This is NBC News projection in the state of Georgia. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win in Georgia when all the votes are counted. There's the breakdown right now, 118,000 vote margin. But again, Donald Trump, the projected winner. This is a big call here on a night in which we've waited quite some time for some of these important battleground calls. Here's what the road to 270 looks like. Donald Trump drawing closer now to that magic number. He's at 246, Harris at 189.
Well, this means it's blue wall or bust for Kamala Harris. It's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, or there is no path to 270 for her. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this as we await results in those big industrial Midwest states, as well as the battlegrounds out west. We're going to pause a moment. We want to let the local stations hit their local news, and we'll be back in a moment.
And welcome back. That news is sinking in that Georgia will go into the Donald Trump column here tonight. Certainly a major piece on and putting Donald Trump even closer to that magic 270.
I was just looking over at Tom, who's doing the back of the envelope math here. So
I'm giving
show
up
us
the
our
scenario
math.
here. I just want to make this very simple for us here and also our viewers at home. So we projected Georgia and North Carolina for former President Trump to go back to the White House. Look at his number right here, 252. If he wins Pennsylvania, he's going back to the White House, 271. It's coming down to Pennsylvania right now for Republicans. What the math changes now for Kamala Harris, right? Because now she no longer has a Sun Belt strategy. She's lost Georgia. She's lost North Carolina. If she wins Nevada and Arizona, she's still going to have to pick off 2 states in the blue wall. She no longer has that path. Listen, if she wins the entire blue wall, yes, she'll go back to the White House. That is still an option for her. Listen, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, she has to win all 3. But it looks like this is the entire game for her right now, guys. By losing North Carolina, losing Georgia, things have just gotten much easier for former President Trump. We're going to be watching Pennsylvania more than ever before right now because those 19 electoral votes will put him over the top if we project that state for him. Guys?
All right, Tom, thanks very much. So we'll turn to Secretary Castro here. Your thoughts on, at this point, where we are and where this is going to go?
It feels like 2016. Honestly, it feels like 2016. And just the path becoming smaller and smaller. There are still votes to be counted, and we saw a lot of enthusiasm today. And so it's possible that you have significant election day voting that could change this. But what I've noticed is just in county after county in Pennsylvania that he's been overperforming and that she's been underperforming what Biden and Trump did in 2020. And that's, for Democrats has to be worrisome.
What do you attribute that to? I mean, it's early. I mean, but when you look at that, you can't say they didn't park in Pennsylvania. They did. And they have this superior organization, most analysts think. What do you think was the difference maker?
I think she was put in a very difficult position by President Biden.
I hate to interrupt you, I'm sorry, but we have a call in the U.S. Senate that will change the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. NBC News now calling GOP control of the Senate.
That's with the victory of Deb Fischer, the incumbent in Nebraska, who was given quite the run for her money from an independent there, Dan Osborne, who said he wouldn't caucus with either side. But it went down to the wire. But in the end, the Nebraska Senate goes back to the Republicans, and that gives a leg up to Republicans and the gains they need to take control of the Senate.
They should have won it based on how the map looks. And it obviously we are now projecting that they have it here. You've got that Nebraska pickup. Montana is still hanging out there. I'm also looking at some of these other races that are very, very close where there are Democratic incumbents in the Senate. So this is significant, obviously, for the balance of power in Congress and for whoever ends up in the White House, especially if it is former President Trump. A lot of eyes are going to be on what the House does, where the House goes here, with that landscape looking very different, of course, those critical races.
Why don't we ask Ryan Nobles, our colleague who is here somewhere?
He covers it.
He covers Capitol Hill.
Right,
what we know now is the Republicans have control of the Senate. What we don't know is the margin, and you still have a very vulnerable Democratic seat out west in Montana. We wait for Michigan. We wait for Wisconsin. What are you hearing?
Yeah, Savannah, I think of all the outcomes that happened here tonight, this is probably the least surprising. Republicans felt very confident about their chances of winning back the Senate, just given the map. There were 10 competitive Senate races across the country. 8 of them were held by incumbent Democrats. And the places where they were battling out these races were in places where the elections were expected to be very competitive. And we see that playing out here in a big way tonight. I do think perhaps the most interesting dynamic that's now playing out at this hour is that where Senate Republicans were confident of winning the majority, but they were very much talking to us about the idea of 50+1. They just wanted 51 seats to make sure that they would have the Senate majority leader, that they could control the legislation that came on and off the Senate floor. They're now talking about perhaps significant margins. They are now looking at that blue wall the same way that we are looking at the blue wall in terms of the race for president, and seeing real opportunities for pickups in places like Wisconsin, in places like Michigan, in places like Pennsylvania. These were areas where Democrats were hopeful because they had strong incumbents there, or they had strong challengers, people running in open seats like in Michigan, who they thought they'd be able to run ahead of Kamala Harris, even if the race was close at the presidential level. Donald Trump's margins seem to be bringing those Republican candidates along with him in states along that blue wall. And then don't forget, there's 2 other Senate seats that are still on the balance as well. I know you already talked about Montana, which Republicans feel very confident about, but we also have Nevada and Arizona. Arizona Republicans were not that bullish on. They did not have high hopes for Kari Lake, the candidate there. The scenario in which they thought Kari Lake could win is the scenario that we see playing out right now. And that was a big Donald Trump victory that would bring her across the finish line. So there's no doubt that there are a lot of very happy people in the Senate Republican caucus. And this is going to be a very different looking Senate Republican caucus, one that might look a lot more like the House Republican caucus that we've covered over the past couple of election cycles. So there's no doubt that there's going to be a lot of change in Washington as a result of what we see playing out here.
Yeah, different leadership too. Senator McConnell stepping aside there. Let's go to Kelly O'Donnell, who's also there, certainly is a veteran of the Hill. We await who will control the House of Representatives, and we may be waiting for weeks for that one. But Kelly, what's your takeaway here?
Well, certainly if the Senate Republicans have this way of reshaping themselves, and it is without Mitch McConnell, who's decided he's not going to be in leadership. And so it will be more in the form of Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump becomes president again, then you have that kind of partnership where he will have more of an opportunity to drive the agenda. Now, if the House goes to the Democrats, then they have the counterweight, and they have the power of subpoena and the power to be an agitation to a Donald Trump if he returns to the White House. For Republicans, as Ryan mentioned and as we've talked about tonight, the expectation was that this was likely because there's a third of the Senate that is up every 2 years, 34 seats this time, and it was favorable territory for Republicans. But for the partnership between a White House and at least one chamber of the Senate, of the Congress, it makes such a difference. Now, Donald Trump has not always courted those Republicans. He has such a grasp over his party, not always wanting to work with them in terms of governing and getting things done. But he has infused his brand, his personality into this Republican caucus, and that will mean sort of a Trump-style reflection in the Senate, perhaps more than we saw in his first term, because you won't have Mitch McConnell in a leadership position.
All right, we want to go to Harris headquarters, Cedric Richmond, who is, of course, the head of the DNC, about to address the crowd there. Let's listen in.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Richmond, who is, of course, the co-chair of the Harris campaign. I misspoke earlier. Apologies for that, saying that we will not hear from Kamala Harris tonight, but we will hear from her tomorrow. We've got Julian Castro here. What do you make of that? What are your tea leaves showing you?
It reminds me of John Podesta coming out at the Jacob Javits Center around the same time. Maybe that was a little bit later in 2016.
If I recall, the race hadn't been called.
Had not been.
When he first came
but
out as
was
well.
called probably an hour and a half later, if I remember correctly. Look, I think it's important to note this is a different year. There are still votes to be counted. None of those battleground states have been counted, but it feels eerily similar to 2016.
The parallels are really striking. If you were there at the Javits Center, which I was, to see not the candidate herself come out, but to see, in this case, Cedric Richmond, just as John Podesta came out. And again, I think the themes, one of the questions that we were looking at in 2016 was the fact that Hillary Clinton didn't visit Michigan, for example. This was very different. Vice President Kamala Harris went everywhere.
She showed up in Wisconsin.
Of the
She showed up in
battleground
those
states.
blue wall
But
states.
again, her messaging, and we all noted this at the time, her closing messaging really focused on the issue of democracy, when polls showed issues like the economy, like reproductive rights, are really the top issues for voters. So that's undoubtedly one
although
thing
in
that
our
will be
exit
under-
polls,
well, yes,
threat to democracy
the top
is the
issue.
number
Yes,
one issue. It's
yes,
just that it's
that's
in
right.
the eye of the beholder, and it means different things. I mean, Mark Lauder's here, a veteran of Republican campaigns and the Trump campaign in 2020. I mean, a threat to democracy, I think, is, the pollsters, we're going to all have to come and workshop a different way of putting it, because for some, for Democrats, it certainly means January 6th and some of those, extra legal, not legal moves to try to hold on to power in 2020. For Republicans, it might mean cultural changes to the way our way of life, things that threaten. There could be a number of cultural issues that they think are just as existential, and it's really about the direction of the country.
Yeah, well, I don't obviously I don't speak for every Republican. I do think there are a lot, though, that believe the threat to democracy also is packing the Supreme Court. It is the use of the lawfare, whether it was in New York, whether it was the special counsel, for things that really, like, as we often describe it, the New York case was about accounting and a paperwork issue. And yet he was, fined hundreds of millions of dollars, faces jail time. So those kinds of things, I think, also resonate for many. But I know we've talked about a lot about the 2016, and I was on that campaign as well with then Governor Pence, obviously part of the Trump campaign. It reminds me of 2016 in so many ways because of the theory. It's not you have to win wow counties or you have to do. I'll use the McDonald's reference because it's an iconic photo. He supersized 2016 and said, I'm going to grow my rural numbers, and then I'm going to take them up in another level even more.
Well, as we go to a commercial break, there's the side-by-side picture. If you were just tuning into all this, I think the pictures speak loudly. On the left, the Harris campaign headquarters for the night as people are packing up and leaving, told they will not see the candidate tonight as they process some unhelpful trends for them. On the right side, the Trump gathering in West Palm Beach tonight, where we have seen dancing and celebration. Again, the race has not been called yet, but they, like everyone else watching, some interesting trend lines that seem to be pointing in that direction. We'll take a break here. Still be with us, and we'll be right back.
About 60% of the vote in. I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, that
for her campaign, of course, and all of her supporters there. And you can see just it's thinned out really, really fast. As you said, Katrina, mostly students, many students here. It is a university, but yeah, really remarkable to see those images.
Stephanie, what are you feeling about all of this now?
Well, I mean, so a couple of the races that Rodney mentioned in Pennsylvania, every cycle, Cartwright, we wait days and days to count his votes. His race is inevitably always very close. It always takes some time, and he's prevailed in the past. So I think, really waiting to count all the votes. Everybody got a chance to vote. Their vote deserves the opportunity to be counted.
But when
and
you
I
see
think
this announcement,
with
that she's not coming until tomorrow and everyone's leaving, what does that say to you?
I mean, it is almost 1 a.m. and, there's not a message necessarily at this moment because they are still waiting for the vote counts to come in. And I think, the House while the Senate has slipped out of Democratic hands, I think the House is still a potential, and there is still a potential for a pathway through the blue wall. So, I mean, you know, we always knew this, that these states take some time to count ballots, and there, as Kathy was saying, that there's the, I guess they don't like to use the word the dump, but you know, like the
I was trying to think of a more
unloading of ballots.
I'm sorry, I know Rodney's a
I mean, but the unloading of ballots at some point, and you know, so it's not the night that I think a lot of people at Harris headquarters wanted, but it's also not game over until every last vote is counted.
Just to give you a quick idea of what we're seeing on our screens there, on the left, of course, there, the Harris campaign headquarters and the Trump-Vance headquarters right there in the middle of your screen, because that is where we're going to expect to see possibly J.D. Vance and Donald Trump at some point soon. Gary O'Donoghue has been there all night for us and describing the scene for us there. Gary, if you can hear us, just tell us what's happening at the moment. We see a lot of movement, the expectation that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump will show up.
Okay, what I can tell you is that a motorcade has arrived at the back door of the convention center. They are prepping the stage. The podiums have gone up. The teleprompters have gone up. I think all that means one thing very shortly. And I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever if we get some kind of declaration of victory in the coming minutes, particularly now that Kamala Harris has decided to leave her party. Now, obviously, there are still votes being counted in the blue wall states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. All that is still true. But the level of confidence here is through the roof, quite frankly, at the moment. They really believe they've done it. And with them ahead in all those states in terms of the counting as things stand now, and the different dynamics from 2020, there'll be few, I think, who might bet against them at this stage. So we'll see what happens when he comes, as I suspect he will, in the next few minutes and speaks. We'll see the tone he strikes, what he actually claims, what he actually says, anything he might say about the next few days and the count that's still going on. But we are going to get some movement here, and we are going to get, I suspect, Donald Trump on stage very, very shortly.
Okay, well, we'll come back to you, Gary, when there's any movement there. But for now, let's go over to Sarah Smith, who is at that very empty Howard University now, the Kamala Harris HQ. Quite the different scene, Sarah, to when we last spoke to you.
Yeah, just about everybody has left, and they left very, very quickly after one of the campaign chairs, Cedric Richmond, came out onto that stage behind me, which, of course, had been prepped, ready for Kamala Harris to make a victory speech if she had won. And instead, he came out and said, it's not over yet. There are still votes to be counted. There are still states to be called. But he said, you will not hear from the vice president tonight. Now, that is not a sign of confidence. Everybody here knew exactly what he meant, which was they don't think they have won. That's why she's not going to come here and address them. And then within minutes, what had been a very, very large crowd here just dissipated. Very quietly, they all walked into the night rather dejected, rather depressed, because they did not leave here thinking that when all the last votes have been counted and all the last states have been called, that she is going to be declared the winner. It's they haven't conceded defeat, but they all but have in the way that they've closed down this event tonight.
Okay, and of course, we still have states that their results have not been projected yet, so we don't have any result yet. But as Sarah's saying there, Kamala Harris won't be speaking tonight, whereas we are expecting a speech down at the Trump headquarters down there. Rodney, what do you make of all of this?
Okay, it's almost 1
we're
a.m.
looking at the pictures there.
Yeah, my Apple Watch is about to lose battery because it's been like almost 24 hours. Let's look at reality here. If anyone at the Harris campaign thought they had a shot to win the blue wall, they would have had the biggest line dance. It would have would have made it into Guinness World Records. They left. They know what the outcome of this race is going to be. They're seeing the projections. They're seeing where the vote totals are that still need to come in. When Donald Trump comes up to the stage and declares victory, we as America have to sit back and realize that he won. And one point that Democrats need to take a step back and look at. Anson County, North Carolina, It's a 40% black county. Donald Trump won it.
Yeah.
So when Democrats call Donald Trump racist and Republicans racist, why don't you have a little self-reflection and look at Anson County and understand that there are a lot more issues that are important to Americans all throughout this country that have given him what may be a landslide victory.
So I think, I mean, just quickly for Caddy, for our viewers, just so they know what we're looking at here, you see, of course, that very different split screen. You have Howard University headquarters for the Kamala Harris campaign tonight emptied out, and you see the Donald Trump, Trump-Vance ticket, their campaign headquarters at the West Palm Beach Convention Center full. You can see there with all the MAGA hats of people waiting. They are waiting for J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, expected to show up at some point and speak. We're not entirely sure just when, but that is what we're looking at. In the very bottom of your screen, that is the counter right now. Kamala Harris at 182, Donald Trump at 246. Again, they have to get to 270 to win. So, Caddy, sorry, interrupt you there.
I was going to say, I think one of the realignments that we're seeing is around race in the country, where Democrats had assumed that the demographics of America meant that they were endlessly going to win the White House because Hispanic voters and black voters have voted, it looks like, overwhelmingly effectively for Democrats. They still are. It's less than it was, though, and in tight races, less than it was can make the difference. But it looks like Donald Trump, up until now, if I'm right on the latest numbers, will have won about 15% of the black vote in America. That's still not 85%. The Democrats are still winning a lot more, but they can't. They need to slim those margins back down again if they're going to carry on winning in certain places.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think there's a recent exit poll data that shows that Latino men, and I think this is the area where Democrats have lost the most ground. In 2020, Biden had them at 59% to Trump's 36%. In 2024, it looks like Harris has it at 45 and Trump at 53. That's a huge shift. That's going from a D plus 23 to an R plus 8. And as we move further out west to the rest of the Sun Belt states, I think that number is going to have a significant impact on the outcome of those races.
So what do you think the reason for that is, Stephanie?
Exactly the question I wanted to ask. What is behind
Great minds think
Well, I
alike.
think the issue is the economy, right? And that is a driving issue
So the
for
economy overtakes everything else that we've always talked about, race, education, everything. It's the economy, the economy.
Well, I think there is a fundamental misunderstanding from the Democratic Party regarding Hispanic voters. They tend to want to talk to Hispanic voters about immigration. But if you're a Hispanic voter who's voting in America, that means that you have legal status and you're here and able to vote. And so the issues of immigration don't sit the same way that Democrats expect. In fact, people who came here legally and can vote want to see other people come here legally. And then the other piece is on the economy. Once you're a couple generations here in the United States, you care about all the same thing every American family does. The ability to make a living, a good education for your kids, a safe and secure community to raise your family in. So I think sometimes Democrats have a hard time understanding what motivates Hispanic voters.
Rodney, just quickly, you're shaking your head there.
Border. Economy, yes. Economy's across the board, all demographics. But you also have to take a look at many Latino voters are practicing Catholics. And this constant messaging on abortion has turned some of them off too.
Well, we can pick that up in a bit more, but let's go back to Gary O'Donoghue at Trump campaign headquarters, because Gary, as we said a moment ago, we are waiting to see J.D. Vance, Donald Trump.
Yes, we are, and it will be interesting to see the nature of the speeches that they give, or one of them gives, and what exactly they will claim and say about the votes that are still to be counted. But look, I think it's worth thinking about, if this is going the way we think it's going, if we think this is going Donald Trump's way, then we really have to think about the scale of what that achievement would amount to. This is a man who's 78 years old. Age was meant to be a disbarring factor for presidents, wasn't it? It was meant to be the thing that the public just weren't interested in, old people becoming president. He'd faced 4 criminal cases. One of them he'd been convicted in and is due to be sentenced in 3 weeks' time. a whole bunch of civil cases. He'd insulted a whole string of demographics across this country. He'd had countless scandals throughout the last 4 years, throughout the last 8 years. And if this is going the way we think it's going, getting back into the White House for a second historic term, a non-consecutive term, only done once before, is an extraordinary, an absolutely mind-blowing achievement in political terms. So if it goes that way, and I stress if it goes that way, we keep using this historic word, but this really would be one of those moments in the history of this country that you simply would never have envisaged.
Indeed, Gary, as we continue to look at those pictures there, do we have any indication when Donald Trump is arriving?
Well, as they say, we think someone's in the building, probably him in the building. A large motorcade arrived just a few minutes ago. The teleprompters are up, the ones he never uses, as he says. The podium is there. The crowd is anticipating something very soon. They've been playing a few videos. They've got the TV on at the moment. I mean, he doesn't mind keeping a crowd waiting. Let's put it that way. He does that regularly for hours on end. So he'll come out when he's ready if it's him.
And what is the campaign saying at this point, Gary, about how they're feeling? I mean, obviously very confident, but they must be looking at these numbers in the blue wall states as well.
I think that's right. And I think not just the campaign, but you can see the wider party. We heard that Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, got on a plane and is on his way here from his own count because he thinks this is the way stuff is going. I am no doubt that other Republicans are flocking in this direction too, the ones that aren't already here. So people scent a potential victory, they scent success, and they want to be part of it. And of course, they already have the projected gain in the Senate, which is, for them, will be a significant step forward.
Joe Donahue for us at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Thank you, Gary. We'll continue watching those pictures. Now you're watching BBC News and the BBC Breakfast U.S. election results special with me, Sumi Somaskanda.
And me, John Kay. And these are live pictures you're watching from the Trump campaign event in Florida. We've seen a motorcade arriving there in just the last few minutes. The U.S. presidential election not decided. Nothing is definite, but Donald Trump has taken massive strides forward in the race for the White House, winning 2 of those crucial 7 swing states.
The momentum has undoubtedly shifted towards the former president, who is projected to win the key states of Georgia and North Carolina in the last hour. Remember, there are 7 key swing states that we have been looking at, talking about this entire election campaign. 2 of those, Georgia and North Carolina, projected for Donald Trump. And those are the pictures that we're looking at right now, again, at that convention center. Our North America editor, Sarah Smith, is joining us. She's been at Harris campaign headquarters here in Washington, D.C. all night. And Sarah, you know, people have left that campaign headquarters, things not very optimistic. In fact, people feeling very pessimistic there tonight.
That's absolutely right, because what you see behind me is what was built
campaign for Donald Trump. Great to have you both here. Jim, when you see those trends that Tom has been walking through and there's a consistent of underperformance, what does that tell you about the Harris campaign?
Well, the county that Tom just walked through that really scared me the most, I ran President Obama's campaign, and I was obsessed with Bucks County in Pennsylvania. Where Bucks County goes, we go. And we spent more time and resources there, and the Harris campaign did too. They had huge operations on the ground. The fact that they're not going to win Bucks County is really difficult and starts to say to folks, hey, you know, we have a problem here. The other thing is there just may not be enough turnout in Philly to get there. And I've spent my entire adult life waiting for Philly to come in. I just have anger. I hate the Eagles.
All right, relax. Hey.
But you know, every 4 years we're having this discussion. Usually it's enough. 6 out of the last 7 elections, Democrats have won Pennsylvania. Tonight, we're not sure there's enough out there.
But we were having the discussion several times this evening about, you know, has there been a failure to recognize that the electorate is changing, that everything you think you may have known doesn't represent what we see today?
Well, what those numbers show me tonight is Democrats have a rural problem. We are absolutely bleeding votes in historic numbers. Barack Obama did very well in rural America. It started with Hillary. Biden did a little bit better. But when you look at the numbers, what's happening tonight, the gender gap is there. Women are performing in the suburbs. That's not the problem. The problem is we're just doing 2 to 4 points worse in rural, and we're not getting the big turnout in the cities because we're bleeding some of the young voters you guys have been talking about.
But also, Donald Trump keeps finding more voters in these rural areas. I mean, I think there's, you often hear in these political shows that you all host, you hear about the ceiling that Donald Trump has. Oh, he can't get over 48. He can't get over 49%. He's found more voters, and we're seeing it tonight when he's overperforming in some of these ruby red rural districts.
Which, by the way, for the third time you run for president, that just never happens. And I really do think that his campaign has figured out a way to do this and really target some of these demographics. Obviously, the young white male was the right thing to do. Getting into minority communities was the right thing to do. Democrats need an entire autopsy if it goes the way it looks like to say, what do we need to do here?
But does Trump transcend politics as we know it? I mean, that he was able to be as successful as he had by sticking his finger in the eye of the political establishment, of going where no other candidate could or had gone before.
What is true is Donald Trump has always been underestimated by Democrats and has always figured out a way to juice turnout in ways that we thought were both abhorrent and didn't make sense to Democrats, but clearly has worked tonight. And this is that was the story of 2016, and it is the story of tonight.
You know what's interesting to me? I'm thinking back to the Republican National Convention when we were all sitting there and Hulk Hogan came and ripped off his shirt in sort of that moment of sort of super masculinity. And one of the conversations that we had at the time was about this, and it just, as its name, so-called bro vote, right? The young male voter. And the Trump strategy all along had been supercharge the base, boost that turnout, crank it up big time, get those so-called low propensity voters. People, listen, young guys typically don't show up to vote all the time, and they typically don't show up to vote consistently. I will tell you that the Trump campaign has, for a bit now, been feeling good about being able to get those low propensity, those people who don't typically vote, out to the polls, specifically with young.
What's so interesting, because we heard anecdotally, again, from some of our correspondents about frat houses, fraternity brothers getting really into voting for Donald Trump. So I don't know if this is, we could call it the bro wall, is that somehow Donald Trump has gotten these low propensity young male voters to come out and vote for him.
It is the hardest demographic in American politics. Males under 30 to turn out. They're the lowest turning out segment. I've spent hours on your show, you and I, talking about running up the numbers with women. And, the Harris campaign did some of that tonight. The Trump campaign decided, let's just give her that and let's go grow our electorate differently. And it looks like tonight that worked.
We've got another result on one of the abortion referenda. Well, let's go to Laura Jarrett in the newsroom. Laura, what do you have?
Yeah, Lester, this was another ballot measure, this one in Arizona, where overwhelmingly by a vote of 62%, that ballot amendment has now passed. Again, this would be a constitutional amendment that would enshrine a right to an abortion up to the point of viability, which is roughly 24 weeks of pregnancy. Obviously, a big difference in this battleground state, where currently it's a 15-week restriction on the right to abortion. So a big difference there. Again, we haven't yet made a projection on the ultimate race for president in that state. But again, the ballot amendment we can project has passed there, Lester.
All right, Laura, thanks very much.
And what's interesting on that front, there's also another ballot initiative in Arizona that has to do with immigration. And the thinking was that maybe that would turn out, if people were going to turn out based on this abortion ballot initiative, maybe they would also turn out based on the immigration ballot initiative, that those would maybe lean Trump. But the Trump campaign has thought that there would be quote unquote ticket splitters or ballot initiative splitters, people who would back former President Trump in Arizona, but also back this ballot initiative that, as Laura reports, has just passed.
One of the things that I think is so interesting is we're talking about expanding the amount of voters who came out to vote for Donald Trump is this decision that he made not to campaign with Nikki Haley. And a lot of people thought, oh, that's going to be a big misstep. To your point, Jim, it was his way of calculating, I'm going to focus on driving out the male vote, because a lot of people thought, boy, that's a risky strategy. Why wouldn't you have Nikki Haley?
But he also never made any overtures to Nikki Haley voters.
Right.
When Nikki Haley dropped out of the race, there was never a sense of, here's an olive branch coming to my tent.
But there were a million people that voted for Nikki Haley in battleground states. And I mean, that's a real gutsy move to say, you know what, I'm not interested.
But the true answer is you could have done both. Like he could have done both, like a good presidential campaign usually would. In a race where 70-some% of Americans say we're on the wrong track, this race was really close because Donald Trump couldn't ever grow his vote past these young voters we're talking about. Had he been able to do both those things, to your point, 1 million people voted. They were just sitting out there. I remember Nikki on one of your shows this week saying, no one's called me, no one's asked. Because they decided, to your point, they were going to go jack up low propensity white males, and it may have worked.
Let's go check in on Battleground, Michigan. NBC's Jesse Kirsch is in Detroit. Are they still counting into the night there, Jesse?
Yeah, Lester, we're trying to get some clarity. As I mentioned earlier, we were hoping we would have the tabulation from the city of Detroit around midnight. We have not gotten any confirmation at this point if that has been completed, but I do want to emphasize something that we're seeing coming out of the surrounding areas. Dearborn, Michigan, that is a community that has a large population of Arab Americans. And what we've been watching for is the potential impact of the war in Gaza, the situation in the Middle East that has been going on for months, and how that might impact the vote here. And we're starting to get some early indicators. At this point, this is not the complete data. Of course, we're still waiting for more votes to come in, including the absentee for Dearborn. But when we look at what we know so far, the breakdown we're seeing is former President Trump has 47% of the vote in Dearborn. Vice President Harris has 27.5% of the vote so far. And third-party candidate, Green Party candidate, Jill Stein has 22%. The warning signs around this issue go back to the Democratic primary. President Joe Biden, when he was still at the top of the ticket for the Democrats, he had over 100,000 people vote uncommitted in protest of his administration's stance on the war in Gaza back in the primary. We've seen both campaigns make a concerted effort to make outreach to this community on this issue. Vice President Harris over the weekend at a rally in East Lansing, Michigan at Michigan State University on the campus singled out the war in Gaza at the top of her remarks. We saw President Trump in his final campaign rally of this cycle, potentially his last ever as a presidential candidate in Grand Rapids, Michigan on Monday night, really into early Tuesday morning. At that event, he had a Muslim mayor, a Muslim American mayor from a community in Michigan speaking there. Both campaigns have been making a push there, but we also know Jill Stein has made a very concerted effort to reach out to that community. In fact, she had planned to be in Dearborn tonight, and we have confirmation from a group known as Abandon Harris that she did, in fact, spend the night, the election night celebration with that organization. And they are, we're told, happy about what they're seeing from the results. And I just want to read part of some comments that someone gave to me when I interviewed them after they voted, or around voting, I should say, in Dearborn over the weekend. And he said that as it comes to both major party candidates, he hopes that they will, quote, recognize that we don't have these people in our pockets. My vote is up for grabs. It's a wake-up call. And it certainly seems at this point that the positions of both major party candidates, or the lack thereof of a reach out in the way that some people wanted, may be influencing the vote here. And again, in a state that was so razor thin back in 2016, only around 10,000 vote margin in favor of former President Trump. We'll see if this could be the difference maker in the state with 15 electoral votes up for grabs.
All right, Jesse, thank you. And we've got an alert here. This is Nevada, moving from too early to call to too close to call. And they're counting fast. They're 70% of the vote in, too close to call in the western battleground of Nevada. And Tom, let's zero in on what you're seeing there.
Yeah, some interesting things happening in the Silver State. If the trend is your friend in Las Vegas, the trend is your friend if you're a Republican tonight. Here's why. Look, a lot of the vote is still out in Clark County. There's still about 23% of the vote that's out in Clark County. But this margin right here at this point in the night is way too close. This is how Clark County, Vegas ended up 4 years ago. You can see it was almost a 10-point split here. It was a 10-point split there. And now we're talking about 2 percentage points tonight in Clark County. Again, a lot of the vote is out. That vote could come in and those numbers could change. Reno, Washoe County, more reflective of the entire state vote. This is the battleground county. Biden won this in 2020. Tonight, Trump is on top. Still, a lot of the vote is out. He's only on top by about 200 votes, so not much to say there. But what we can point out in the Trump counties, like Elko County here, 64% in. Trump is overperforming tonight. He was at 76. He's almost at 80% right now. And Democrats aren't going to find votes here. I mean, these numbers aren't going to swing a lot in the Democrats' way. This is Trump country here in the middle of Nevada. Douglas County is another, I should say right down here, Douglas County. This is another Trump barometer that we watch. Again, overperforming. 66% of the vote is in. He was at 63 in 2020. He's now at 66. But the big story for me right now, and a lot of the vote is out,
Clark County, I mean, this is 3/4 of Nevada right here. If Democrats hit certain margins where they're 50,000 or 60,000 votes ahead of Republicans, Republicans will never catch up in Nevada. Again, there's a lot of vote that's still out. We can find out exactly how much is out. 223,000 votes. So still a lot out there. Democrats won't get all of those, but they'll get a large chunk. Again, this is still a little too close this early in the night, guys.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. I want to go out to Steve Patterson. He is in Reno, Nevada, where they had long lines into the night. How are things going there now?
You know, Lester, really an experience, a process that is sort of winding down in most counties across the country is only just spooling up here in Nevada. As you mentioned, you know, voting really ended just a few minutes ago with some of these counties sort of ending the process. People were still in line hours after polls closed. And so the count couldn't really start until it happened, which is why Tom Yamas reporting, obviously, that it's still too close to call, too early to call at this point. Several counties still need returns to come back. It is still very early on in the process, but we saw almost immediately Republicans sort of jumping out to this early ballot lead when it came to turnout. That was sort of the reading on the wall that I think a lot of folks had, and specifically in those counties in which, you know, Tom Yamas was pointing out that are red, they're going to stay red. This sort of map, the math doesn't change in those areas. There's really only 2 population centers in this state, which is Washoe and which is Clark, Vegas and Reno. If she doesn't build up a big enough firewall that we see these returns happen over the next few hours, then it's going to be very tough for Democrats to make up that ground. I spoke to both campaigns. They both feel like they still have a good shot. Obviously, Democrats and Republicans both aiming for another subgroup here, nonpartisan voters. It is a huge segment of the electorate here in Nevada. It is larger than Republicans, larger than Democrats. Of course, they all have their opinions about which way they break, different leanings. And I think both campaigns feel like they're seizing on that. They feel like they know their voters in that group. But that's what makes it so notoriously hard to read in this state. Which way are these nonpartisan voters going? And I think that's sort of what we're going to be focused on within the next few hours. It may not be until 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock tonight before we start seeing legitimate, solid returns that'll tell us one way or another how the state is going to go.
All right, Steve, thanks very much.
That's mountain time, too, by the way. So even later here on the East Coast, let's go to Garrett Haake. He is at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Any word on whether we will hear from the former president?
We will, Savannah, and soon, I'm told by a campaign official, Donald Trump is on his way across from Mar-a-Lago to here in West Palm Beach. And he is expected to speak soon. Now, what soon means is a little bit of a open to interpretation, but Trump himself made it very clear earlier today, he does not have a lot of patience with this vote counting process. He wants this to be over tonight. He thought earlier today it would be over tonight. It was his desire to speak tonight. Now you see that picture breaking up a little bit as he makes his way across the bridge to West Palm Beach. This ballroom is full. Secret Service starting to kind of close the doors, urge people to get in. They're cranking up the music, Savannah. I do not think it will be long until we hear from former President Trump.
And that will be an interesting situation because if assuming the status quo exists, he will not have been called as the next president.
Well, we will recall that he declared victory in 2020 when, in fact, he lost. So we'll see what his verbiage is here. What are you going to say?
I was going to say, I've been speaking to some of his allies, and there's sort of this divide about how he should approach this night. And some of them are saying you should be very aggressive. You should get out there and claim victory if, in fact, you think that's where this is headed. Others are saying, look, let's just walk a very fine line. I'll be really curious to see what he says, because this election, unlike 2020, the numbers are on his side. And again, we still have a lot of votes that need to be counted, so we don't know what the ultimate conclusion is going to be. But it's notable he's coming out in Harris.
Yeah, to be clear, in 2020, he declared victory. The race hadn't been called one way or the other. He hadn't lost yet. He lost 5 days later.
You've got some new information, Garrett?
Well, Lester, I just want to add that Trump was asked about this earlier today, and I think we have 2 things from him and from his campaign. First of all, his campaign has made it very clear that he would speak when they felt he was well on his way to 270 electoral votes. They were very clear that they didn't feel compelled to wait until the race had been called, but when they felt confident in his path, he would speak. And so I think that's what we're going to see now. Secondly, Trump was asked today what his message is going to be to the millions, tens of millions of people who will have voted for Kamala Harris if he speaks after a victory. Would he give a unifying message? Trump said that he would, but described this as a broken country and said it would be important to try to fix it. Unifying message has not been Trump's strength, candidly, across his political career. But he and his campaign are keenly aware of the expectations of this moment, especially if he speaks before the race is called. Lester.
All right, Garrett, thanks.
And stay with us. Our NBC News election coverage returns right after we take a quick break.
Oh, wow. She's been looking for an insight in that data forever. Oh.
Hi. I'm gonna find it.
Did you tell her about SassVia? No, I thought you did. I'm gonna tell her.
Oh no. The quickest way from a billion points of data to a point of view. SassVia.
Well, Simi, one of the really big stories from Pennsylvania so far has been about speed, because we were saying for days that it felt like it could be a 2020 story once again, but it might take several days to count the votes because of the number of early voters. These are mail-in ballots. There's a slower process to count them. They have to be taken out of double envelopes. They have to be checked against voter registrations. Now, back in 2020, that took absolutely ages. And so we didn't get a result projected in Pennsylvania for 4 days. We're now in a position where they have rattled through the counts, largely because they've digitized some of that voter ID process. I was hearing from some voter officials earlier today, and also simply because they've poured a lot more money and resources and practice into this, so they didn't repeat the problems of 4 years ago. And what we are seeing now is that they have, at this stage in the night, just quarter past 1 in the morning here, they're at well beyond 90% of the vote counted. So a very significant number. And at the moment, that count has Donald Trump on around 51%, Kamala Harris on 48%. Now, the significance of that is that Kamala Harris hasn't made the kind of progress in some of the key areas like Philadelphia here, a Democratic stronghold, where she should be budging well beyond 80% to.
Yo, what's the word, family? Yeah, this is election day, man. November 5th, 2024. Now, here's the thing, right? A lot of took place during this election. A lot of smut, a lot of different things that took place, like far as people pointing fingers at each other. But I have to mention this. Donald Trump coming back, running for president for the 3rd time. Like they were saying earlier, this is historical. A lot of times this don't happen. You won't get the party to back you because of this reason, as well as it only happened one other time where a president was a president, lost his 2nd term, and then came back again on his 3rd run and became president. That only happened one other time. Another big thing, Donald Trump with all these legal issues. Now, it's going to be a good thing if he becomes president, but some of these things are going to still shadow him while he's president. Another thing that I want to point out is how Harris, why did them people leave like that? Why didn't she just, just keep the party going? You can't, go home and go to sleep with something going on like this, especially her supporters. Her supporters are tuned in right now, trying to figure out what's going on. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is on his way to his headquarters in Florida. Now, when Donald Trump pops up, they're saying like in 2020, he came with a speech, and that speech basically was saying that he had won. And we know what took place in 2020. He didn't win. So I'm going to do another live right when I'm done with this one. And we're going to wait for that speech and see what he says, see how he addresses America and see how, he's going to tackle some of these issues that's in front of him. Now, they're also saying that the House, the Senate, it's looking like Donald Trump might be able, if he does become president, he might be able to get a lot of things approved this go around. And I know I've been seeing a lot of posts. I seen one post, they were like, yo, you should be ashamed of yourself, especially calling out some of the Latino voters, the Hispanic voters, a lot of the males, a lot of the women. They were basically saying that the reason they voted for Donald Trump allegedly is because the fact that, the Biden administration, they allowed the cartel to come in and, terrorize some of their communities when Donald Trump said that he got an initiative. Now, when people say that, oh, yeah, he's going to be on some deporting people, he's talking about, from my understanding, if I'm wrong, get in the comments and let me know. But from my understanding, he's talking about deporting people that don't belong here. Meaning that they didn't apply, they didn't go the legal right, they didn't do the things that other people might took years to do. They just came here legally. They started moving around. Some of them are doing crimes. Some of them are actually working individuals. And we're not talking about just the Mexican community. It's plenty of other people, But at the end of the day, I look at this election. I definitely think that it's more people that's tuned in than usual in regards to this, because this is a moment in history where this is going to count. We got a lot of things at stake right now, guys. We got a lot of things at stake right now. And when I say these things are at stake, we talking about like perhaps a World War III. These different treaties with these different countries, the way these countries are actually, addressing America. Biden, we tried with him, I can say that. America tried with Biden. They thought he was the hope, especially since that man served as vice president with Barack Obama. But yeah, man, at this moment, it's looking crazy. It's looking wild. Me personally, when I seen that she didn't want to address her support system, that was kind of strange to me. Why wouldn't you want to come in and address your support? Yeah. A lot of people want to say it's a potential collapse of society, but that's hearsay. That's here and there, just like apples and oranges and apples. You know what I mean? So it's going to be one of them things. I think that a lot of people came out and they voted this time around because of last time. I know I didn't vote last time, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I looked at it as like, why would I be voting? Like, I don't even know who to vote for. Like, I don't want to vote for none of these guys. I don't want Biden. I didn't want Trump. But we seen what Biden did. And for somebody, Biden not to run again because of, his age and some more things that they're concerned with, we want to address right now. But he decided to back out and let his VP, his vice president, Harris, run. And she only had 100 days to campaign and do what she needed to do. But I think she did do it strong. I think she tapped into a lot of the different culture aspects that people wanted to, tie her into in her administration, because you got to remember, she's not new. She's the vice president. Some people would say that she's the one that's making a lot of the decisions right now in America because the simple fact of where the things are going with Biden. But I'm going to be honest. I think Trump got this. We're going to wake up in the morning. I'm about to do another live stream. I'm going to keep it going. Y'all just, tune in. If you haven't subscribed. We definitely have a lot of content. We cover a lot of hip hop, but I do move into politics a little bit. Reason being is because that's a part of the culture as well. This is a culture-based channel, and, I feel like this is definitely needed. I've been looking at the comments for a while, been seeing what people have been chiming in on, different thoughts, and, some comments are thought-provoking, so I definitely appreciate you guys for tapping in and just understanding that, it's bigger than us in a sense, But reality sits in, and we have to understand that tomorrow it's going to be a president that ain't the old president, because Biden is not running. So these are facts, right? Now, when y'all hear this, I want y'all to get in the comments and y'all just let me know who y'all voted for. If you're willing to reveal that. I had a couple of knocks on my door. I'm going to tell you this story. So 2 weeks ago, or maybe 3 weeks ago, a black lady knocked on my door. She called me by name. And she's like, hey, I just want you to know these two candidates, they're women, and they're supposed to help the school system and this and that. And, I want to, you to vote for them. So I'm like, okay, I'll look into it. She wasn't talking about Harris. She was talking about some local. Then today, I went to vote today, right? Went to vote today around 11:50, 12 p.m. I'm on the West Coast. I'm in Vegas right now, right? I'm from Chicago, if you didn't know. So I went to vote. So I come home. My kid's like, hey, there's somebody at the door and they're looking for you. So I go down there. I'm like, hey, what's up? He's like, yeah, are you so-and-so? I'm like, yeah, absolutely. He's like, okay, I'm just canvassing. We canvassing the neighborhood just to make sure that people encouraging people to go out and vote. Have you voted yet? I say, yeah, actually a couple of hours ago. So he goes and say, can I ask you who you voted for? I say, no, none of your business. Why would I tell you who I voted for? That's none of your business. But I did vote, right? And somebody will become president. And I'm going to leave it at that, man. Y'all get in the comments and y'all let me know what y'all think. Again, we about to do another live as soon as I end this one, because this one been up for a while. I want to edit out, the news. But, I'm going to leave it with the thoughts of when we just had this conversation. So, again, I appreciate everybody being tuned in. We had about 30,000 people come through. So, it's been a night. It's been a night. We've been watching this the past 4 hours. Yeah, Anna. We about to if you subscribe to the channel, you'll see the notification pop back up, because we definitely want to hear Donald Trump speak and see what he got to say. And I'm gonna probably chime in on that as well. So salute, peace and blessings, y'all. God bless America.